Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get the news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Jama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat my graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a nose up there, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? Yes, you Spoon TV. Yes, you got it. Spoon TV. Spoon. Parabadida. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Let's say, go to there. Go to there. Yes,
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, I did the South. On the beat. To get your information. To be fine. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get the news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Jama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat my graduate, my brother, to spoon.
You got a small TV, you got a small radio, too small. Yeah, too small. You want to get a nose up there, too small.
Okay, the pleasant good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are watching from, wherever you are listening from. Welcome to yet another edition of the Spawn Talk here on Spawn 107.5, Fabric 101.1. We are also coming to you live via our various social media platforms. Spawn TV Live, Super TV Live, Fabric TV Live. We're also live on our YouTube channel. Catch us up on all of these platforms. Of course, you're going to get the show live. The show is also being simulcast on Voice of Liberia. So thanks for joining us this beautiful Wednesday evening from ODS Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Welcome, and let's have a wonderful time together. As usual, the show promises to be very, very intriguing. Because the CEO and his team of panelists will be here once more to share their perspectives about some of the trending national happenings in Liberia. It's 8 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock. My name is Yekezi Zwobel, sitting in this evening as your producer. And first up, we'd like to welcome you to the Speak Your Minds segment of the show. That's a segment on which we give you the opportunity to call in and speak to some of the trending national happenings in the country, some of those issues that are confronting you in your various communities. Call and let us know. Probably some of the stakeholders are listening, some of the officials of government are listening, and they might just be those responsible directly to resolve some of those things, and they probably will take cue from whatever you're about to say here. So call, have your say, and let's have a wonderful time together. And for those of you wishing to play the Win Liberia Whistle WhatsApp promotion to walk away with some cash prizes, you can also do that. You win up to 10,000 Liberian dollars here this evening, up to 10,000 Liberian dollars. All you need to do is to dial the playing code is *255 *4# *255 *4# is the code. Once you dial that code, you pay the playing fee of just 50 Liberian dollars or 25 cents US. Once you do that, you enter your mobile money pin, you automatically get into the draw, and you stand a chance to win for yourselves up to 10,000 Liberian dollars. So the only requirement is you must have a valid non-star cell GSM SIM card that's registered with mobile money, and you must have money deposited on your mobile money account. It's a raffle draw, so the more you play, the more your chances are to win. But let's go to the lines to speak to Liberians. 0555 101075 0555 101075 1075 1075. Happy birthday to the former president of the Republic of Liberia. George Manowia celebrates his birth anniversary today, and we are wishing him many, many years to come. He turns 59 today. He was born 1966. Mr. Former President, have a wonderful day. Let's go to the lines now and take a few calls. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Yep. Your name and where you join us from?
The message you into your listeners across the country. I'm Lawrence Spencer and I'm in Johnsonville as usual.
Lawrence, it's
So,
good having you from Johnsonville. Please go ahead.
yeah, so my attention is drawn basically to the story on your page, on your official Facebook page today, as it relates to the Pankalan that came from Nigeria. It's people of Monrovia. You know, the desperation of this government is mind blowing. I mean, why would people offer our country to be a dumping ground or waste site for all of West African, nations? Nigeria of all countries, we abandon something like that, and Liberia is accepting it, and the EPA, according to the EPA, is saying that this thing has an effect on our people. I mean, unfortunately, I don't know what kind of government is this. It doesn't rescue Mr. Bwakai and his co-host promised the Liberian people. It's saddening. Nelson. And I think the EPA on a should do something about this. They should send this thing back to Nigeria. We cannot open our country for waste. We cannot turn our country into a dumping ground. There is already all the country. The drive around our Somalia drive, Nelson. The issue about waste has taken over the entire Somalia drive. I don't know what the Mora City mayors or other, township mayors are doing. They are not making. The entire city is dirty. And we say you're opening our country to be a don't have a country in Nigeria. It is unbelievable. When I saw that thing today, I read it. I was just sitting shivering. What kind of government is this? It's bewildering, Nelson, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. This is Yekazi. Thanks for joining us this evening. Let's talk to another person. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from.
Good evening, Yekazi.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
This is Oscar Zigwen calling from Gompa.
Oscar, please go ahead. Welcome from Gompa.
Yekazi, what Mama have to do with the internal affairs, the internal affairs ministry, the local government of Ganta City, the city corporation. Yekazi, Mr. Waterspoon told us that we should vote for the Unity Party to rescue this country. But you can see the almost surprised the city corporation of Ganta City is charging every cent $150 US for monetary fee.
For what kind of fee?
$150 United States for monetary fee, which is exorbitant. I think every city within Liberia, the monetary fee is about $50 the United States dollars. But for us to be giving a document requesting for 50 or 150 United States dollars, then we pay almost $500 for garbage fee every month. Charging $150 United States dollars. I'm calling upon the Minister of Internal Affairs. This is not the government that we voted for. We voted for the government to come and rescue Liberians, not to impose tax on us. We'll go register our business as a Liberian business, so now we'll pay $25 US to the RIA. But for a state corporation to come and be charging $150, it's deep imagination. So I'm calling upon the Internal Affairs Minister to intervene. This is not called for the citizen. It's oppressing of the citizen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling and expressing that concern. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Thank you very much for the opportunity you have afforded me to speak once again on our radio land, more especially our model radio station. Well, you can say good evening to you and good evening to Spoon FM family and good evening to my fellow Liberians or radio land tonight. On the knee, remain constant Efanso AF Camara. What actually on my mind is the thing or topic of drugs. I want to speak to our government of the Republic of Liberia. Please adhere to the just fight. Because over 1 minute, the government into power on the basis for fighting drugs. And then our country, those are we entrusted to protect our very country. Liberia has 32 bolos, and then 3 mixed entrances, which is land, air, and water. And immigration is responsible. They had a responsibility to protect this country for inventory. And then Captain Edward K. Dakose have or just whatever. It's very, very bad and prohibited for our young generation. Let us take the judge quite serious.
Thank you,
Because
Rapanso.
it's a
Thanks for
national
making your
crisis.
contribution.
It's compared as the Ebola deadly virus we fought or we seek after 2014.
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person out. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, my brother.
Good evening. Let's hear you, please.
Yeah, Johnny from 540. Name is Danuwadi.
Yeah, Mr. P, go ahead.
My brother, what on my mind this evening is you see our government not behaving good to us. The government is not behaving good to us. Government is frustrating the Liberian people. Every day, frustrating the Liberian people.
How? How this time?
The government sometimes, you see, what's happening now is that when you go to lobby it, I think you must bring something. But the government have gone to lobby it every time we take our money and use it on there to travel, to go and come back. Everything, and we're getting nothing out of it.
So what
kind of government is this?
The president went at the UNGA. Do you know what leaders go to do to the UNGA?
That's not only that UNGA. It has been happening. It's been happening long ago. It's been happening so many times ago. We've been seeing something like ago. Even they went somewhere and China, they came to even billion or something like that. So that's actually billion. What is going on in this country here?
Okay.
You see, sometimes when you come to rescue the people, you don't come to support the people. You are come to rescue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling and thanks for making your point known. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Radio man, let's hear you.
Yeah, let me say bravo to the Excellency President Joseph Yuma Bagation. Welcome, Mr. President. Let me say bravo to the Excellency President Joseph Yuma Bagation. The only president that declared in public the artist. The only president that successful on your government official salary. The only president that the whole the whole GA team, brought new GA. Mr. President, thank you for your hard work. And this is the president today in the country now we're back. We're 2006 on your for hard there. And this today in the country now we're back. Gas on your 8.5 for gas. Today now in the country this year is dropped. Today in the country now at least you go red and the play screen. Here there is Junior Clean. The city mayor or PV mayor around as Desmond is second. Is very wedding mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Yagati, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thanks for making your point known. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, Amasano Adujoyo from Stockton City.
Please go ahead. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, what's on my mind this evening is about people living with disability. I was speaking on the subject of disability is about being disabled, people with less fortunate, blind, also they are not been paying attention to. You know, it's actually it's in a way that we have been marginalized in this nation. We have been marginalized. So we are currently asking the government to pay attention to people living with disability. And what the streets that people look at, you know, some of them have made that when we working on the street, they just take us to be anyone. But we have been marginalized. What we go to school for? The University of Liberia, they are not only people with disabilities. It's actually, we don't understand it. So we actually asking the government to pay attention. Just imagine if the years come to an end, only 2 times the government takes look to our ills.
Thank you.
2 times. I don't for Christmas. What is that doing to us? So please, the president should look to our direction.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Okay, so the numbers are 0555 101075 0555 1010-750, 777-777-1075. And of course, the WhatsApp number is rolling down the stream. For those of you outside the country, you can call on that number to make your point here this evening. This is the Spoon Talk here on Spoon 107.5. The show has been simulcast on Fabric 101.1 and via Voice of Liberia. And we are on our various social media platforms, Spawn TV Live, Super TV Live, Fabric TV Live, and there our social media. That's our YouTube channel. So you can catch us up on all of these many platforms right here to get informed. And also the radio game, the Wisiwasa promotion on Win Liberia is on. So all you need to do is to dial the code *255*4#. Pay the playing fee of just $50 Liberian dollars or 25 cents US into your mobile money pin, and you automatically get into the draw and stand a chance to win for yourselves up to 10,000 Liberian dollars. So let's get to take more calls here. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you out.
There is Jones K. Betty calling from the Japanese freeway. Good evening to the listening audience.
Okay, John,
I listened to President Walker. I listened to the audio play today. Appoints a rabbi from the UNGA. You know, it shocked me to know that President Walker believed in the Bible. He quoted scripture, and at the end of his audio, he said, once we, by the grace of God, we can make this country a better place. President Walker, you believe in God, and in the process, you colluded with the illegal bloc undemocratically. They remove fanatical for a legitimate speaker. President Walker, you believe in God, and you are so hateful. When President Walker, after he bill, the executive laws, appoints a rival as ex-president, you are denied. Did you intervene? Close respect to former leaders. You haven't said anything to that. President Walker, you believe in God, and yet indeed sit allotted to other people. All of the people, you remove them undemocratically. Supreme Court rule in their favor, and you refuse to adhere to Supreme Court ruling. Those seats. How do you feel like this, President?
Thank you very much. Thanks for making your point. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
Good evening, Casey. How are you doing, Chief?
I'm okay. Let's hear you.
Thank you. This is first of Moses 7, and I joined this conversation from district number 6. You can see, you know, some old set number that this government is one of the serious government on planet Earth. Some people say no. You know, I said on the center was at some point 11 point a serious problem. Because some campaign this government today, you see all the whole in the massive corruption been going on. You know, like we said, we can see if it comes to the rule, you know, I'll make an extra call and run the former Red Bus School. You can see there's a huge amount of data. The day is already going on the road. You can see, you can see, just for a camera, you will see the huge amount of data. You can see, yeah, since John, we have time, we've been for the east, so we are go. For we're talking about the east, the post. And remember, and trust me, it's not good. You know, people live around there. So it'll be a serious hard or so other people left. Because it's also an SS called for this government to see how kind of people general rescue. The thing you can see.
Thank you. Thanks for calling and making your point. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello.
Nadia, how are you? Oh, yeah, good evening. Sorry.
Good evening. Let's hear you out.
Seku Fofana is my name in Paget tonight.
So cool. Let's hear you, please.
Oh, yeah, what is on my mind is this, right? We hear for our brother CDC will come back. Yes, coming back that they are right. But let me say this: you got to identify your problem first before you solve the problem. But up to now, CDC not even know the reason. They not even realize why the bloc voted for in power. They always talk about Hammer coming to power. John Mahama will not get saying that to say you will not get you were working. You were working along with the government. And they talk about I'm not gonna have multi-party system. So now if you can be representing I'm not gonna. But American people not ready for woman leadership. That's why John come back in power. So
Legacy, how you doing?
How easy can nothing to say? See that
The man teach you American history, Legacy.
Take it for you. Take the children for you. Bring it. What take it for? What
Thank
you. Who offer the nobody money that first in there. Nobody. Not even the solar.
Yes, I'm hearing you now. I'm hearing you now.
Yeah, but I'm teach you American history. Let's lead up man alone, man.
He finds in critical position.
Okay.
Now without running.
Thank you very much.
So he finds in present critical condition. That's all. So
thank you. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, you welcome. Teach you American history. Why Donald Trump win? Why Mahama win? You know? Come on, man. We got stories to tell. We got things to do. Legacy, how you doing? I heard that
I'm great.
You're fun tonight. I heard that you are very, very great tonight.
I am.
I heard that you will ride with me till 12 a.m.
Sure.
I heard you will be awake. You will be up till 12 a.m.
By the grace of God.
By God's grace, I listen, I called Dama and I bet Dama. I said, Dama, bet you 25. By 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, you can see we'll be calling. You can see tango, you can see. Trust Dama. If you win the bet, Dama will give you the $25. Seriously. I bet Dama.
No problem.
So
no problem.
No problem.
The camera is watching.
Oh, the camera is watching. I like that. They call him the temple speaker Dempster is watching. Ibrahim Zoe got very with me the other day for no reason, but he's still following us. So you can see, Ibrahim Zoe will get very with me, right? He was still the worst about me, but he just can't leave the night. He would be here texting, you know, and I like him for that. He said, "Oh, I say my own," but he said, "Come by and watch the show." Well, what do you think? Huh?
I'm saying that's how it should be.
Yeah, but the man can, you know, he said, nothing. Marco, can you explain in detail what the people did? So Abraham Zoe will get bad. Yesterday he was saying the worst about me. But again, he said, I'm not going to test you. I will not block him. I will not test you. This is his network. This is Abraham Zoe network. So Abraham Zoe can say anything. I mean, but he will not just insult, you know, and because women and children watching the show. But he can express himself, whether he's a sedition or UPIS. I don't know which party he belonged to. But again, welcome, Abraham. Maxwell Kendama Maxwell, welcome to the show. Mohad. Now listen, did you hear? On a serious note though, this thing about EPS?
Yeah, the EPS?
Yeah, the EPS, man. And I'm calling the director, the executive director, Yuri Yakbabulo. I'm calling Dr. Yuri Yakbabulo.
EPA.
What? EPA, not EPS, man. Sorry, EPA. I'm thinking about Sam Gay, and then you get out of my hair. I'm ready for Sam Gay yet. I'm ready for Sam Gay, so let Sam Gay leave me alone. I'm talking about EPA, yes. So let's play the video and see. This is the EPA video, right? You know what they are taking out of the port? You know what's that?
No.
So the question is, and I like the fact that I'm about to talk to you, Yagbabulo, right? Whether Liberia is a dumping site for, you know, biohazard, chemical, weapon of mass destruction, something that like, I don't want to use the WMD, but where people will take the thing from all over the world and bring it in Liberia to dump it. Even rotten Pakana, they dumping it in Liberia. And Liberia is a dumping site, and we got the document, we have everything, and we want you to watch it though, because these are all the documents, and the documents will tell you. Let me put a video down. You see all these documents from the port. People are angry, you know, and whether Liberia is a dumping spot. So we explain this to the Liberian people. So those of you that are watching us, on a serious note, you got to consider, when the people take away our gold and our natural resources, then they bring us bad stuff. So the EPA director have to explain. Dr. Yakpa will have to explain. Seriously. He got a lot of explanation to do. He got to educate the people. He got to tell them, this is Dr. Yuri Yakwabro. You remember when they say Yakwabro, who gave you gun? Liberia gave me gun. Pa, pa. This is Dr. Yuri Yakwabro. Whenever I, that's my friend, though. So I want to say to all of you, you have to pay attention. He got to explain what actually was in that container, in those containers, what actually in them, right? Because that pakana, but why would the people put pakana on the ship? Rotten pakana, Mackie coming from in them. Take Mackie coming from in them. Why would they put it on the ship and send it to Liberia? Why? And they're about to dump that thing in Town. What's the time name? Where they get the dump inside? What's the time name?
It's in Fiaman. I think Town. It should be
Town. Somewhere like Town, some kind of town. They are about to go there. And you know what happened environmentally? The people in that area will be getting sick. Most of them will die. They will take the team from Nigeria, from Portugal, from all over the world and send it to Wintown, W-E-I-N. And then they will send it there and the people will go ahead and get sick. The children will get some creepy sickness. So the environmental director himself got to come explain. Why people turning Liberia into a dumping that will bring all the nasty, bad stuff in the country to make you sick. So we want you to share the show. This is not good. I mean, I want to get to a place where they were opening those containers for you to see. Rotten Mackie. So una la brother dumping camera, una in la brother. So we can actually tell our people what is what. So I have invited Dr. Yakwabro to come and explain what's going on. I've invited Dr. Yakwabro. Seriously speaking, our people suffer from Ebola. Our people suffer from COVID. Our people suffering from typhoid, from coronavirus, malaria, bad drinking water, bad environment. You go outside to breathe, your nose running with blood. And then they're taking things from Nigeria. Nigeria man giving you rotten pakana, put it on the ship and send it to Liberia for them to dump it. That everybody will have to come and explain. So those of you that listen to us on the radio, I hope you are listening from Town. You got to come and explain. The doctor is coming to explain. Don't hear from me. He is a doctor, right? He is the boss man for EPA. You have to listen to him. Don't listen to me. But you are seeing the truck. Sekou Dougle, the Freeport managing director, I don't know if he's bad, or I don't know if he just got the money, because look at all this document from the port. Look at all the document from the port, all the document from the port. Look at it. I didn't make this up. I said, well, yeah, and the good people of Liberia sent us this document. All this document from the port. Dear Commissioner, greetings from our end. And thank you for the support you gave us always. We kindly request court to enable our conduct. So we're going to share this. These people then, how much money are they paying Williams Amada Limited to make Liberia a dumping site? How much money? But that's your first story, right? And you're going to share the story. Probably today, I'm getting information today. Let me switch real quick. That this guy will not be running for the representative seat. His name is J. Melvin Cole. He have declared that he will be running against Prince Moi for the senatorial seat. He want to unseat Prince Moi. You can see. J. Melvin Cole said he will be running not as a representative for the Senate. And we will be speaking to him tonight to confirm or deny the information we are receiving. He is building one of the biggest bridge, something of that kind in Bon County. And he said he's getting international support of $5 million. And he about to change the people's life in Bon County. So he feel within himself, Prince Moyi have failed, and he will be running against Prince Moyi. I spoke to him today. He called me, he said, Stanton, I want you to announce, and I'm coming on the show, that I, J. Marvin Cole, will be running against Prince Moyi. You can see.
That's an interesting one.
Marvin Cole say running against Prince Moyi. Prince Moyi is in trouble, of course, because Bon County is divided. Bon County. So if he running against Prince Moyi, I want to know how many lawmakers on his side. Eugene Kohler is not on his side. For the formula will not be on his side. I don't trust Mama Bridgman's side. She witchy-watchy. And you know, that's my sister, but I can't tell you which side she owns. But he's saying that he got the highest. When 2023, he obtained the highest amount of vote in Bon County. So he said he's able to unseat both lower Bon County and upper Bon County. He will be running against Prince Moyi. There's new development on Adama. Something new came up on Adama. You know the GSC report on Adama is up. This Adama guy, his position right there, Chief Financial Officer. But have you seen the home that Adama built? Hey, we go back to the thing. Have you seen Adama property? The one he got in Broadway and the one he gets somewhere on Marshall Highway, somewhere around Trigger Village around there. Have you seen that home? I will show you the picture. I saw somebody there. They took the picture of it, and I want you to see yourself. And then ask yourself, working at LEC, what you can build up home? Because the allegations say Adama and others walk away with $17 million. So Joseph Boakai going to appoint him and keep him there. That's the request made by Mohammed Sharif. So we're talking about LDC today. We're talking about LDC. I hear that this guy, he's celebrating because IMF said you can credit up to 210 million. But how can he celebrate this guy? Well, what's his name? What's this guy's name? I guess what's his name?
Ungafwan.
Ungafwan. This guy is celebrating why they are giving away this amount of money. This amount of money is going outside of Liberia. This amount of money is going outside of Liberia. But this guy is celebrating IMF, say you can credit up. The man won't do credit. That's the kind of foreign minister we got. We're discussing. I think I was seeing Dr. Yagbalo in the back. We will bring in Dr. Yagbalo once he's ready. Yeah. And did you also follow this story about this guy killed in a police officer?
Yeah.
You follow that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what's going on. That Gregor Kuma have turned. Can you give me Gregor Kuma official picture? He have turned the police against the people and the people against the police. This is what happened when you have lawless Liberia National Police. This is what happened. When the Liberia National Police turned to be a partisan police, this is what happened. I'm concerned about the Liberia National Police. I'm concerned about the guy's life, but I'm also concerned about the civilian life because you went to King George and you killed people there and you clear yourself up. You went other places and police brutality. So the people will start taking revenge, but we got to find peace. We got to find a stable area to therefore have this discussion. So again, I want to say to all of you, it will be only important for you to understand where we are with this story today. Don't forget, folks, it's very, very important. Don't forget that you really want to follow us on Sunday as we welcome Mr. Alexander Benedict coming for one of the biggest interview ever. All right. You can see why you do that, though. You also, this guy, you know who he is, right? Right, you can see.
The place is familiar, but I don't know his name.
And this is the Chief Justice son, Bese.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is William Bese, the one that his father recommended him.
Yeah, was
and they gave him the job as magistrate, but now he turned in his resignation. He turned it in. I mean, a lot of pressure. It said President Baka is a resignation of associate magistrate. So the man was magistrate for how many days, how many weeks? We'll discuss that. We will discuss that. And again, my fellow Liberian, this is the Spoon Talk Share the Show. We'd like to hear from you. This is your program. It's only fair when the government is doing right, we'll discuss it. When the government is doing wrong, we'll discuss it. Let's show you this video from the Liberian National Police as I was speaking. That's exactly what happened when you turn the people against the police and the police against the people. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened when the people feel within themselves there is no justice. That's exactly what happened when you rationalize and radicalize the police to favor only you and not the people. But we're going to discuss all of that. I'm happy to today we'll be joined by Dr. Yuri Yakpawuro. You know, I love to come early and do the show till the others can join us. We'll be happy to bring in Dr. Yuri Yakpawuro. As always, we want to say to all of you, this is the Spoon Network. We're happy that we are in your bedroom, we are in your living room. And sometimes you enjoy the show when you put on the big screen TV on, and we're on YouTube too now. Guess what happened though? When you're in your kitchen, we're there with you. When you're cooking that soup, that nice fufu soup, when it's raining, oh, Dr. Yagbaro don't know about the fufu soup. No, he doesn't. I know, but we are there with you. And we want to say, we're happy. Just go ahead and share the show. You can find us on Voice of Liberia and all of the relay station. We are so happy to have you here today as we discuss with Dr. Yuri Yakpawuro. Before I bring him in though, I'm going to play the entire video. We're at the port, we took video of those trucks, those tanks, and again, what is in it. I want you to see where they're going to dump it, and then Dr. Yakpawuro will bring us up to speed, whether we are safe, or whether people are going to be dying and dropping like flies. Actually, where it came from, Dr. Yakpawuro will tell us today. Welcome to the show, sir. Give me a few minutes. Let me play this video for our audience. Sorry, guys, I have to mute the video because we were on some kind of reconnaissance, so I had to mute the video. As you can see, we want to show you once we get into the trucks. There you go. They will soon open it. You will see what in it, and Dr. Yakpawuro will bring us up to speed. What's going on here? You know, he's the EPA boss, Dr. Yuri Yakpawuro. He's the only person can help ease your concern because so many people worry today. What's going on? Is this the first time? And then we will get to it. All right, I think they're about to open it. Again, sorry guys, we had to, remove the voice recording because we have to protect our reporters, so we have to do that. But yes, indeed, as you can see, I want to show you. Okay, so I'm going to be showing you inside of those container for you to see because the EPA opened it. But in the meantime, you joining us, share the show. We'd love to have you. Let's welcome Dr. Emmanuel KU Yakpabro, the EPA Executive Director. Welcome to the show, sir.
Yes, Stanton, thank you for allowing me to join your show tonight and clarify some issues. But I hope we can have some to also talk about the EPA more generally, and in addition to the video you get shared and what will be clarifying. I'm very happy to join you and your team and all of your listeners and your followers. Thank you. We do appreciate joining you tonight.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yakpabro. I'm going to pull this thing up. I was trying to zoom them in. You have seen this document. These are documents from the port. These are the handling and clearance document. You have seen them. I'm going to read them, but we have limited time, maybe but another 20 minutes to spend with you. So we want to give you the chance to explain what's going on. How did we receive those trucks, those Pacana, and what in it? But I want yourself to explain what in them, how did we receive them, and for what purpose, sir?
So, exactly. So, a fleet of containers on a vessel left from Nigeria on the way to Portugal. Over 300 trucks on a vessel. Sometime in this September has ended now, a dot at the port of Monrovia. The reason was to transfer from one ship to another, destined for Portugal. And then when they did that, in the transfer process, they realized that more than 10 of those containers, it had mercury in them. What is in the container? They are palm kernel shell. Palm kernel shell can be used for biofuel, can be used for different things, for animal feed and different things. So it's been exported from Nigeria to Portugal. So 17 of those containers, they had mercury in them. And so they were not able to transfer those. So those left behind. They contacted one company in terms of disposing it, possibly in Liberia. Since now they could not make it en route to Portugal because of the possible contamination of mercury in them. They're going to transfer all. And so we got contacted, this company contacted the EPA to look into it and see what was going on. When we got a letter, request for advice and disposal, the company that sent us a letter, we evaluated the company and said, you are not qualified, so we need a qualified waste disposal company satisfied by the EPA to get involved with this. However, they occupy the port. So we dispatched our team of scientists, went on the field, opened the container, sampled them to sample and brought in our lab. Our lab quite recently have gotten very sophisticated. Just last week, we got 100,000 worth of equipment, elemental analyzer from the International Atomic Agency, a very sophisticated equipment now. So we'll be able to do a lot more. Anyway, we did analyze, our scientists analyzed the sample. They realized that, yes, those are basically palm kernel shell. And then the heat in them, it caused some mercury to be in them. They are not hazardous material. We test for heavy metals, we test for some other things, because normally palm kernel shell by itself in the whole of palm, right? It's not really, it's biodegradable, it's not dangerous to human health, except if it is contaminated in the process of making them. When you use a lot more chemical that leach into them, then that combination can be hazardous. So we check for those. We check for heavy metals, we check for different elements that will serve as a point of contamination and to be classified as hazardous material, where it was proven that basically those are maggot and they biodegradable, so they are not hazardous. So it occupied the port, and for how long it can be there. We don't also want to make it, to get into other material. We don't want further contamination, and it occupies. So at this point, what we did was, I was not here, my deputy got involved with this. So what basically we did was to authorize the port to release the container. So take it from the port now, But we have not gone to a point of disposal, because at the point of disposal, it has to be done by a satisfied the waste disposal company, and there are certain procedure that they have to follow to be able to dispose of them. It's at that point where we are. We authorize it to be taken from the port. And so maybe that's why the video you saw your team following the video, which is a good thing, right? We need people like you people to check on the work we do. Even if you do it covertly, that's still okay, because the public need to be informed. Most of the time we are informing the public, but sometimes not everything, you can get maybe at the conclusion stage and the rest of it. So that those are A now container. They are pancana share basically. They were destined for Portugal, exported from Nigeria. They were making transshipment at our port, and they realized that some of those containers they had mega in them, and so they could not transport them anymore. And they were involved with it, and that's the point where we are in terms of. But it's safe. It's not anything to worry about. Still, it has to be disposed of properly, though. So you can't get
So
bullet
that
jumping in.
so that Yakpaglo, that you let's understand ourselves here. Is this the first time on your watch? Is this the first time?
Yeah. In terms of this type of situation, yeah, this is the first time. The last time it happened, I was not there. It was not Blaman time, where a container of hazardous material came from a country, I think Greece. It came to Liberia, and it was returned. The EPA did that. It was returned. So in terms of the particular scenario, some of the news carried today said recently the EPA also turned away another palm container. No, we have not turned away any palm container in recent time. No. The last time EPA turned a container away was I think in 2020 on a Nile Blama, and this was a heavy chemical coming from somewhere in Europe, and the EPA got involved and it was returned.
So I want to ask this question again. On your watch as executive director, have you turned any material of such away? Have you disposed any material of such in any county? Because we are receiving information that, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I can check with my technical team in terms of verifying that, but the best of my knowledge, at least to get involved with it or actually turn away a container that will come into Liberia, on my watch, no, not I'm aware of. I mean, I can check with my technical team on that, because a lot go on. Not everything pretty much come to the executive director. It's becoming a very big institution. It yet to be verified. But however, to the best of my knowledge, with my involvement in it in this manner, and this is the first time we're doing it.
So again, let me move ahead on another place here, though. Do you know that it was Pancana and the Pancana had what do you know when they ask you to listen? We have a problem at the port. You should go and investigate. Prior to them shipping it through our port, you had a photo idea as whether it was Pancana, whether it had Mackey. But what you knew then?
No. I mean, prior to coming to our port, we're not informed about it. We're not informed. I know to say, I think the main thing is that they transit shipment at the port to realize that some container had problem, and those container cannot be transported further. And then that when we got involved with it. At least I was not here, but I follow all the document train. My deputy has been handling it along with our technical team. So I follow all the documentation. I spent.
If you say you were absent, we understand that you came on this UN trip. You came to the diaspora program, but yet and still, you're the executive director. You're informed whatever you are.
Exactly. And that's why I appear on the show to clarify. So I'm not saying because I was absent, so people did wrong or I don't know about it. No. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm basically saying was that in terms of this, at least the document trace and everything I follow up on, we got an approach that these were happening. The one of the EPA involvement in it, and then we intervene. We first intervene. We first authorize the port not to touch the container. They should remain there until the EPA can get on the ground. Their letter, I think I shared most of the letter, written to the port and say all the containers should stay in the port. They shouldn't leave until we can check it out. So there's communication to that effect. Then our scientists follow up through. We went and then opened the container, shared some pictures, took sample, and then analyze it. And based upon the analysis, the result of the test, that's where we are acting.
So Dr. Yapawulo, you first took these container over to GSA compound. Am I correct?
What are we took them to GSA compound?
Yeah. The first full container. When you took them off the port, what was the first step?
No, not. I mean, no. Let's understand something, Stanton. Not EPA transferring the material. When we didn't take it from the port. What we did was we sent letter to the port after we analyzed the content of the container. We realized that it's not hazardous. They are destroyed material, but they are biodegradable. We send letter to the port that they can release it, right? So, so the people who responsible, taking it, EPA is not the one that transported them. We did not transport them.
So who released it? The port?
We sent letter to the port and asked the port to release it. Yeah, I sent a letter today. I think I made a press statement. We made a press release.
The reason I'm asking, Doctor, so you asked them to allow those trucks to get out of the port. Is that Sekou Dukle or who released it? Sekou Dukle from the port or GSA?
The letter is written to the port management, right? We didn't write a GSA. The letter is written to the port management because we halted the container to stay there until we can investigate. Based on the result of the lab, we say you can release it. So I don't know about GSA and all of that, but we're
okay. So you don't know. Do you know that it make the first stop at the GSA headquarters? You know that the first stop of all full container, right?
Again, when I talk about me being asked in the country, that's one of the point, right? But besides that, no, I can't say where it stopped and where it did not stop. Basically, my point is we did authorize it to be released from the port because they can only occupy the place for so long. Of course, they have Maggie and
How long have you been there? How long have you been there? How long have
I think this communication, I think when you check on the letters, one of those wrote was on the 18th of September. I think the release letter, I can check it up. I think a rating on the 23rd of September, and the rest of it, in terms of when after the test and all of that.
When did you know that? When did you know that we had a problem at the port with Parker 9 and the jams, everything coming out? When did you know that? When were you informed?
So I can get back to the letter and try to see the date on it, but this is all happening in September, right? This is in September. In terms of that, some of the communication I dated September 18th, some 23rd. Those letters I didn't really look at. Again, when I say that I was not here, that's one of the reasons why I'm talking about, because in terms of all the details, most of the details have been handled by my deputy and the technical team. I come in, I get brief on it, right? So to be really specific and say, we got to know September 15th, we got to know, and I don't want to say something that I'm not 100% sure of. But the duration was not long. But those letters I shared some of them with them, they all I did it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the date, September 23rd, when you were asking, I'm seeing them. I'm asking the question, when did you get to know? Because the length of time the tango were at the port raises concern as to, how fast you guys address the situation of such, right?
Yeah, but these things we are normally, generally, we are very proactive because those are big concern. If a container comes to the port and say EPA, check it out or what happening, we prioritize it over other activities, even though our staff are quite stressed, but we move very quickly. So I would expect that we intervene very quickly, because it's not something to take long time on, right? When somebody at the port, they say this is at the port, it requires you to look at it. In terms of priority, we put it at the top tier. So I would more likely think that maybe within 24 hours or 48 hours we intervene, really. That would be my guess. I can't say for
sure. How many containers total? How many containers were they total?
The destroy, I mean the one that having the problem, there are 17 containers.
So you guys took all 17 containers?
There were 300 in the press release, there were over 300 containers. They say 200 or more, had material in them. There was some empty, 163. There were some that were empty. They did transfer them, but 17 of those is the one that they detected it has some problem.
So you guys took all 17 out of the port today?
what are the took all 17 from the port today? I can't tell for now until we follow up maybe tomorrow. So I can't
Did
tell what
you
are all.
ask them? Did you ask them to remove all 17 containers from the port?
We asked them to release the container that were there because we halted the container. They couldn't move until we did a test. After that, we asked them to release it. So
And release all 17.
Yes, they should release them.
But you didn't follow up as to whether they release all 17.
So it's in progress, right? When Spoon reported on it today, this is an active thing that is ongoing right now. So it's not over yet, because taking it from the port is one thing, but disposal, there's a whole process that need to go through as to where you're going to be disposed, right?
So my question is, I understand disposal have to, we'll get to whether you're going to dispose it, where you're going to dispose it. I'm going to come to that, but I'm asking, do you know whether all 17 left the port, sir?
No, at this point, I can't say yes. No, I can't say yes or no, because I don't know whether all 17 have left the port or not.
Okay. So then again, it's going to be fair. So let's come to, where are you thinking about disposing those materials?
Okay. So there's a whole procedure, right? So we were asked that it has to be done by an EPA certified waste disposal company. We certify some companies that are responsible to do these things. The reason why we certify them, they've gone through lab mode training with the law as to how it's been done. There are certain criteria they fit before. So that particular one, when you get to that point, there's a set of criteria they have to develop in terms of where we're going to dispose it and where and all of that. What are they going to use it? Perhaps are they going to use it instead of just disposing it? Are they going to be able to use it for some other useful purpose? All that has to be clear before. So it will work within the confines of the regulation. But I can't say now that because until all that is done, I can't say now to you tonight that it's going to be disposed at this location or that location. No, and I'll be going too ahead of myself, which is correct.
But we're going to dispose it in Liberia. Am I correct?
That's quite the understanding, yes.
Why?
Well, here's the thing. Because it's safe, we can do it here. It could, if it was dangerous, if it was hazardous material, because this is also operating under a convention, and it would have the Basel Convention, and that convention talk about transportation of material of this nature, hazardous or non-hazardous, right? Transboundary. So there's a whole international convention that this is operating on, right? In addition to our own Liberian laws. So when you classify it to where the category it is, it could be disposed of in another country because you're not posing any type of serious danger, right? It will be hard for us to take, rationally to say, hey, Nigeria, you got to take it back to Nigeria, or you got to take it back to Portugal. That would be a little bit irrational on our part if it is not classified as hazardous material. If it is hazardous chemical that we cannot deal with, then of course we say turn it and carry it back to Nigeria or carry it to Portugal, right? But if it is not, it's in the category that is acceptable, it could be disposed of in another country. We just follow the procedure that is supposed to be done.
Do you think that these things were done intentionally by foreign agent, foreign country, that they can use Liberia as a dump site?
No, and there's not the possibility that can be done. To say even if they were taken that way, it's not possible. Remember that while we halted the container, we went and did tests first to get scientific data as to the content of it. It was something that cannot be done in Liberia, that cannot be disposed of in Liberia, we'll stop it. The last time it was done, it was in Greece. The EPA, that not under my administration, that under the administration of Nablama, in 2020, turned the container away and carried it to Greece. It was reported on the BBC and all of that. So that's the reason. So if even the intention is, we'll go and dump it in Liberia, no, it not happen because we have the gateway here, which is the EPA. So I don't think they're thinking that way. But if they're thinking that way, it's not even possible.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say again, I'm speaking with Dr. Yuri Yakparulo. It's only fair, it's only good for you to understand that we have this video. I'm going to play the second video. They're going to open the container, then we'll give Dr. Yakparulo the chance to further explain. So now you're going to look into the video, see for yourself. Those are the pakana. We say pakana in Liberia bags. So rotten pakana in there. Some have maggots, or we'll say worms, and you'll understand that we want to understand from Dr. Yakaro whether people will get sick and there will be a serious issue based on what we are seeing. So again, you will have a chance to ask your question. We want to know whether we'll be disposing this pakana and whether there will be any fine. We'll come to further talk about EPA. So again, as you can see in those containers, just take a look. Sorry, we have to, take the audio because it's important. We do not want to reveal our sources. But there you have it, though. So, Dr. Yagwaro, we see that some of the containers get maybe 7, 8 bags. Were there 4? Or it was just those amount in each container?
Quite frankly, Stanton, I can't say that now because I was not there, right? I was not there when the container got open. I was not there to physically look to say what I was for or not. So I can't say what I was for, what I was not for. But what I can say is that samples were taken from the container, and then the sample was analyzed, and then it was detected that we realized that the result came that the material in the container are non-hazardous material. That's really what I can say at this point. I can say what I will for, what I will have. No, because I wasn't there to look in it to see. So I can say that for now.
I'm going to give the producer a chance to ask some questions, but let me ask this: your guys escorted the container out, right? And you told us, well, you just wrote a letter, but EPA didn't put out the container. So which is which? Well, your guys' person, we have them on video. They escorted the container out. They drove along with the container to where they are today. So did you authorize them to move this container themselves? I know you sent a letter to the port, or you work in conjunction with the port. Which is which?
So yes, so if like the video you're showing, the inspectors were on that to escort the truck, it's pretty normal that way. It's very normal that these things, when they happen, EPA on the scene to see where the next destination is and all of that. That's not extraordinary. So then that would be it. But the question was, what are we? We took it out. There's a difference to escort it than yourself taking it out, right? It's not for
So
us.
your argument is that your guys didn't drive those containers out. You escorted them because we get the
Exactly. Yeah,
information.
escorting them is pretty normal. Yeah, it's
Yes,
pretty
so
normal.
Anthony, you know Anthony, one of your director for waste management. He led the group to escort those. You know Anthony, he's with EPA as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So but thank you for saying that. Yakazi, come with your question.
Yeah, Doctor, welcome. Following the report from Spawn TV Live this morning, there's been growing public concern that the EPA is fast tracking clearance of waste materials without due diligence. So, how do you respond to this perception that public health is being compromised for commercial expedience?
No, I mean the perception is not correct. And we want to inform the public that we can't do that. We cannot go and start fast tracking thing for commercial interest, to compromise the interest of the public and the environment. It's not in our DNA. We don't even think about that. So that's not correct. There's a whole procedure, and I sent a whole dossier to Stanton in terms of communication back and forth. EPA was notified that this is at the port. EPA did write the port and say, don't release it, hold it until we can check it. The port had it. EPA went there and did a test. And based on the test result, EPA said, release it. So it's a whole due diligence process, and there's no shortcut here. And so that perception that we're trying to, no, it's not a good, it's not a correct perception. And we want the public to have faith in the EPA that the work we're doing, we take it very serious. I mean, we done with some serious work in this country. Some of them, you can't come in the public without saying it because they have security implications. But otherwise, we're doing serious work. And so it's not, no. That perception, in short, is not a correct perception. And the EPA is not doing that to say that we're fast tracking things in terms of commercial interest. No.
And so then what do you have to say to Liberians who feel, their country is being used as an environmental sacrifice zone?
So we want to talk to them to change their perception. That's not correct. The EPA on our watch is doing serious work. For instance, why is it that we had to build a kind of laboratory we just built, 100,000 laboratory? And I just talked about just last week, we received about another 100,000 euro worth of equipment from the International Atomic Agency. Why are we doing this? Is to build the capacity of the EPA to be able to respond to this kind of situation much more adequately and scientifically. And so we want the public, I think the public, as of now, they build quite the confidence within the work of the EPA. Both the public, even companies, we've gone after companies big time. The companies, they are aware that, the days are gone where they can get those stuff and walk away. No, it's not happening anymore. So we managed to build that, and we're asking the public to keep having that confidence. These containers, yes, we authorize them to be released. Why? Because they are not hazardous material in them to the public and to the environment. They are biodegradable. They can easily be disposed of. You can turn them and use them, even if you want to process it into a compost and whatsoever, you can do that. There's a lot that can be done with it. So it's not posing health to danger to the public or even to the environment. And that's the reason why we authorize them to be released from the port. It's very clear. So we want the public to keep having our confidence. The EPA is here to serve them and to serve Liberia to the best of our ability. Nothing short of that will ever happen on our watch.
I mean, are you guys going to find where EPA found the shipping agency found those that sent out from Nigeria, sent out this pakana that you having problem now disposing, and you would dispose them? Usually, do you find the company?
So, it is an ongoing process. At the end, the whole report, the dossier, will come out before us, and we'll make a decision based on the law. So while this is in progress, I can say we'll find them or we'll not find them, because again, it's an ongoing process, right? We haven't got everything yet to full report to say that we'll find the company or we'll not find
See
the
what you're saying, knowing what you know so far, with the Liberian government be compensated. You're doing the work to go and dispose these
okay,
blankets.
that's an important question. So when the thing happened, they contacted a company. That company on SC something is inside that press statement. The company is one that wrote the EPA about how do we go about this. So we don't know what between they and the company and the rest of it. But it's not also to my knowledge that Liberian government, any institution of government, certainly not the EPA, have taken any type of money for this. If that has happened,
No, that's not what we are saying. That's not my question. I'm not saying the government have taken money from this. You explain a story that it seemed that it's accidental. They sending their pakana to Portugal and realizing that somebody get rotten on the ship because of maybe overstay, and it's in Liberia now. You guys doing the work to dispose them. My question to you, for doing the work to dispose them, you say it's not hazardous. Then they agree. Will Liberia then find those kind of companies that send it, that goes through Liberia, and you have now you EPA doing something extra for the sake of Liberians? Will you just let them fly, or will you find them, those companies that send their products?
It is a very important question, Stanton. And going forward, maybe we can come back in a week or so to respond to that question. But I get your point in terms of, even though it's not hazardous, but it's quite a little bit significant and disposing of and all of that, and the EPA involving in that. What are there some compensation associated with that? That's something I got to speak with the technician to understand under the convention, the Basel Convention. We to understand that before we can make that decision, which It's not in my power.
Which now you don't know you don't know now.
Eh?
You don't know whether you don't know right now. Is that what you say?
Yeah, what I will impose fine or whatnot, I can't tell right now because we don't do guesting work. So all our work is based on the sign and the law and the international agreement we are
Since you
part of.
returned, have you spoken to those the owner of the company? Have you spoken to them? Those
No,
that ship that stuff from Nigeria?
No, I got here at 12 a.m. last night. So today I just been trying to catch up. And today I didn't go to the office. I stay here in my home office and try to prepare my report from the trip. And then the news came up on Spoon, and we thought, you know what, let us go and clarify. So I came 12 a.m. last night.
Have your deputies spoken to them, sir?
The company?
Yeah.
No, I have not spoken to the company.
Have your deputies spoken to any one of them?
On that, I can't say yes or no to on that one because until I asked my deputy whether he spoke with them, but I got an update from our technical team, so I can't say whether the deputy spoke to them or did not speak to them. I can't say it now because I have not asked the deputy. The deputy himself was not here, right? I think he's still on his way.
So let me ask a question.
Going to Maryland to do some work.
That's what let me ask. I understand. Yeah, you got back last night. That's fine. With this kind of situation, you didn't ask your deputy, you don't know whether your technical team has spoken to this company, then who's on the job? It's not you. You've been out, your deputy on his way to Maryland. Who can answer us? Have anyone from EPA, have any of you guys placed a call to this company to really tell them what's going on in Liberia? That you now disposing the parking lot that turned into Mecca?
That's that question about who can, we're very stressed at the EPA. But what I was saying is that the deputy been handling it, but he went to attend there's some stuff to deal with in Southeastern. He went there, right? He was somewhere in Israel today when we spoke on via phone. He was trying to make his way to town, right? The thing about it is the news came up on Spoon, and it's very sensational as to how this is, posting health hazard, but also a little bit of information that the EPA had turned off another container similarly quite recently, and this one they're bringing in. So that kind of information is so sensitive that even if we don't have all the information we have, but based on the decision we have made, it's good for us to come back and clarify quickly, and so that we don't lead.
So let me ask you a question, right? Again, I really appreciate you coming on Spoon, and I appreciate all of our audience that following us. That's Yagwado. When this ship destined for Liberia?
No, the ship was not destined for Liberia. The ship, my understanding and from the report from my technical team, it was destined for Portugal from Nigeria. But they were doing some sort of transshipment. That means they take it from one vessel to our port to another. It like you empty the vessel and put in the other vessel, right? That's the whole thing. In the process, they realized that some were damaged. And those, they left at the port. And then we got involved with it when the contact.
So I want you to be slow because I'm reading here, and thank God some good people in Liberia are telling us from the port what actually happened. The ship came from Nigeria, stopped at our port, which is the free port.
Yes.
To offload. That's what you call transshipment, right? And put those containers on another ship. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, that's my understanding too. Yes.
Okay, that's your understanding. To put those containers on another ship, and then they will be going back to Nigeria or wherever. So my question is, in the process of time, just to late and for the folks to understand, Liberia realized that we have some parking lot here that get Mecca in it, and it raises the concern. Correct?
Yes, they realized. I don't know who was the first to detect it, but yes, it was realized that some containers have maggot in them.
17 of them.
Yes, that's the number we got, 17.
Okay. Why couldn't the Nigerian take the container back to Nigeria?
That's what immediately. I was saying. That's what I was saying. That's okay. So what is it that is the time interval, right? That time interval what I immediately when I realized I somehow make it, the other ship is there. What are the I can't really say all the details because again I'm not on the ground to see what was going on. What I can do is the EPA role. The EPA was notified. In fact, the company wrote the EPA asking the EPA they want to dispose of this container, but how? These material. How they can go about it? Send a letter to. It's very direct. That's the EPA involved, and the EPA said to the port, don't move, don't touch your computer, don't open it until you come and test them.
Okay.
Somewhere I tested them. You see it? That's the whole thing there. Yeah. So
I'm sorry that we beat it on you or beat it on
no, it's
EPA
good.
because it's a
It's
right thing. It's the right thing to do because we need some understanding here. Dr. Bopla is joining us. Welcome to the show, Dr. Bopla. It's good to have you. I have Dr. Emmanuel Yure Yakpablo discussing the issue about EPA involvement on this ship that brought in some Pakana turned into Meki and other stuff, and we are discussing. It's good to have you. Let me ask you a question, bring Dr. Bupler up to speed, and he can ask, where are we going to dispose these Pakana? Where are they continuing right now? How you intend, where will you be disposing the Pakana?
So the procedure of disposal is first is certified waste management company or waste disposal company certified by the EPA. They have to come and explain their product. It began a product that they're going to dispose of. There's a set of procedure they have to follow and explain to the EPA through writing. This is how they're going to do it, and the EPA have to verify that and make sure it meet all the conditions, and then get clearance for disposal.
Who's going to pay them?
That's the procedure.
Who's going to pay the waste management company?
Oh, I guess it more likely, and this will be guessing because I don't have the fight in my hand. But what I can say is that it more likely the people who are responsible for the waste are more likely the one that are going to pay this waste.
And that's why we asked you the question: where the company compensates
Liberia? Yeah, so the waste people who are responsible, common sense will tell you that they are wasted trying to get disposed of. And they're going through a third party because they can't do it by themselves. They are not authorized to do so. They're going through a third party, and more likely they will pay that company to do it.
Dr. Bobla, welcome to the show, sir. Do you have a question for Dr. Yakpablo? Because now we are in the midst, and I asked you the question whether you have spoken to them or your deputy has spoken to them. Because now we're chasing the money. You satisfy the question: are this thing not bad? We can take care of it. You honor convention, and you honor treaty. You can do it, and you have tested it. It's not that worse. It's not bad. But then who's going to pay? We don't have money. All our money going to DSA right now. You just got back in the country. We are facing a situation, money shortfall. Who's going to pay them? You have not spoken to them. You bring it in waste management. Waste management will not do it for free. They got to get paid. So, Dr. Boble, welcome, my friend. Talk to us. We have Dr. Yakpabro.
Thank you, CEO. Good to be back on the show. It's been a little hectic. It's mostly just work and family, but it's good to be back. I've been following the show, obviously. I've been on. Dr. Yakbawul, it's always good to see you, sir. How you doing?
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Good. So I've been trying to follow the story, and I guess the main question I have is, so why do we need to take hold of this offload here? Why can't it move on to another place? Why here? And what real benefit is it for us as a country? Do we have to offload here? Can this just move forward? This whole consignment.
Excellent. We operating under Basel Convention that has to deal with transportation of waste in general, but mostly hazardous waste from one country to another. It has a set of criteria and the benchmark, and we're operating under that convention. As per the EPA analysis and under the convention, this is acceptable. It could be disposed of in Liberia. It's not a hazardous material, right? It was a hazardous material. We not because the reason why, if I can be disposed here, because we have companies here in terms of disposal practices, they can handle it safe, not to pose public health hazard or environmental hazard. Those conditions are met, and that's the reason why. If those conditions were not met, then we will resist that it cannot be here and will be operating under the convention. But under the convention, this is acceptable, right? So that's the reason why, in fact, we have to say, okay, it could be disposed in Liberia because we're working on a set of guidelines per se, you know. And we have the option also to say, okay, carry back to Nigeria, carry back to Portugal, or take it to Portugal and all of that. We could make those, but under the convention will be maybe acting a little bit irrational that way, because if this can be managed and this is not reached to that level, and what a point of rejection right away, you know. So those are the parameters we use. Sure.
So let me ask you a question that maybe everybody know except myself.
We have a
Dr. Boblet, I think Dr. Boblet, I think you got in your usual internet situation. Can you hear me?
Well, yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me? Am I having connectivity problem?
Yeah, but you already done. Go ahead.
Work. I was told that they fixed it. I'm not sure. Are you still having trouble with my connection?
You in and out, Dr. Boblet. You are in and out. Let's see. Maybe you will come back. Let me ask my question. You are you hearing me? You can come on now.
Yeah,
you look pretty
ahead.
good now. No, you look pretty good. Go ahead. Push your question.
Yeah, so I was just asking that Liberia was not the final destination, right, Doc? It was not the final destination for this consignment. Am I right?
No, Liberia was not a final destination.
Okay. So why can't they keep moving to the next place? Is there a real benefit for the public in terms of?
What are the benefits in terms of of disposing in Liberia? What are there any benefit? I think I mean, when you think about waste generally, I don't know what sort of benefit you think about, except wherein the disposal company, they have the right to say, okay, we want to make use of it, maybe biofuel, or we want to turn it into productive use activity. We want to turn it into a compost. We want to use it for other way you can recycle it, right? Except the disposal company having the idea that even though it's a waste, but it can be recycled and it can be turned into a useful product, right? Except that happen, that's the time we'll say that yes, then we are benefiting. But other than that, there's not. I don't see any benefit to point to and say if it didn't remain as a waste. I don't see any type of benefit to say this is the benefit we get as a country. No.
Thank you. I appreciate the candor. So as of this moment, based on what you're saying, these companies, whoever may be interested, have not made any claims or any pronouncement or something that that there will be benefits that to the country, like they're going to take the waste and transform it into something that could be useful in a different way to the public. You're not hearing that. That particular representation has not been made as of this time, right?
So yeah, the answer is yes, it has not been, but it's an ongoing process. So in terms of the waste management and the disposal itself, we authorize it to leave the port because it needs to get space, right? But in terms of the disposal and the methodology for disposal, the EP is yet to receive that and review it and finally give approval for what are recycling or some other way they're going to use it. So to answer your question, at this point, no, but also is an ongoing process. So we have not got to a final conclusion yet.
Okay, and you are going to insist, Doc, that you get that proposal and approve it before they can move forward, right?
Yes. The answer is clearly yes. There's a set of procedure. It has to be done by an EPA certified waste disposal company, and there's a set of criteria they have to follow, and the EPA has to give approval before that happens.
So, Dr. Yababulo, I want to say thank you. We're going to give you a chance to talk about other issue, but you have you decided on the waste management company? Your answer was no. You don't know how much it's going to cost. This is about the manufacturer. We can jump around. It's still kind of like, I hope you can come back to give us more information to clarify some of the doubt, right? Because what we are seeing right now, you are out of the country, you came back and walked right into this thing. Your deputies, some of them are not around, they travel. Your technical team doing what they can do. But I would put up some of these questions that coming up. You know, this is Aunt Jemima Woodacuddy. You know, why should it leave the port? You know, Aunt Jemima is asking question. Can you answer her question? Most of our guys asking you question will use this time.
Yeah,
If you have a question, post your question. We'll flag it. Go ahead.
Yeah, Angie Mama, thank you. A very important question. Why should you leave the port? You know, it's occupying space in the port, but not only that, actually high making in them. So the location of it, and that is a contamination. Actually, it's a biodegradable contamination. It's not hazardous. It's not like a chemical contamination that one has to be so much afraid of. But that type of contamination, if you continue to report, there are other, food, there are other things there, right? The contamination might spread. Oh, you don't want that to happen. You want the port to be normal and continue its function. So for that reason, take it from there into another place. Why, disposal and things are being worked on, right? That's the rationale. Not for it to be there occupying space and possibly contaminate and other items in the port, right? That's the reason why we say yes, we agree that you can take it from that location in the port. Senator, you muted, sir.
All right, yeah. My next question, sorry, I was telling you that another person have question, Abraham, and I think it's a unique question. Can you answer this question, Liberia? Is Liberia becoming a disposal site for Nigeria or other country? Just to answer his question.
No, maybe no. I mean, it's kind of an isolated event, so we don't want to generalize it. When last Nigeria started sending waste to Liberia in this type of manner, these things happen. Container have been shipped 300, over 300 of container, right? Over 300 is in the press statement, right? A lot more container. And some have one phone to have mega in them, and they didn't take them, right? It could also happen. It could be that Liberia could be, transporting material. It could happen to the port of Nigeria too. So this isolated event, we don't want to generalize it and say, oh, Liberia became a disposal ground for any type of country. That cannot happen. And we're not allowed that to happen.
So let's talk about, again, it's good to have you, right? We got a lot of story, but we're going to ride with you whenever you want to leave because we want Liberian to talk to you. You've been talking about issue like churches, the laws, you put in recommendations, you think it's bad for the environment. But Liberians now, they got you here on Spoon Talk, and I want to ask you though, like what this brother is saying. Let me pose this question. This is brother John P. Thomas. We can handle our own local waste. I want to input waste. Address that concern of this brother John Thomas.
Well, yeah, but let's get this clear. We are not importing waste. Yes, our waste issue is challenging. Of course, it's challenging. We are best, and I can talk about the intervention we are making, right? We've been supporting the city government in terms of how to deal with our waste. Sentence, you cannot do these things in the absence of policy, right? We don't have any policy. So as I speak to you, we have helped the city government and that go across all Liberia now to have a national solid waste management policy, which is heavily private sector driven. And because of that, there is a company, I forgot about the name, but I think they're doing some sort of work in Bensonville, in the Bentor area, wherein they have assured us that even the waste from Monrovia will be small. Their operation, I went there and saw the amount of pit, the dock already. They're going to be turning, the policy, they're going to be turning the waste into maintained gas and then selling it out of Liberia. They're going very, very far with it. And somehow under the new policy, right? The new solid waste management policy, which we develop and make it private sector friendly. So there's some work being done about our waste here. But the premise of the question to say we can't deal with our own waste, then we importing waste. If you follow the line of story on the show, what we're explaining tonight is not equivalent to importing waste. We are not importing waste into Liberia. So that premise is incorrect. But certainly our waste in Liberia is challenged. Are we doing, is the government, the EPA, along with the stakeholders doing something with it? Something serious is going. And sooner or later, Liberia will start to see the
Let's
result.
take this question. Let's take this question. It's very important, guys. Thank you for sharing your question. This is blessing and blessing. Let's take the question. The ocean is taking away our land mass every year. They're saying that address the ocean taking away the land issue, sir.
Blessing is right. And Stanton to give you a short story about that. When we did a nationwide monitoring tour in May, the 13th of May, I stopped in Sino and broke ground there to build a $10 million coastal defense project. The Mississippi Street in Sino, in Greenville, that street, almost half of it is gone. But the UNDP folks and I, we stood under a coconut tree and broke the ground for the construction of the coastal revetment. On the 3rd, 4th of September, just before I left the country, I went by there for community engagement. When I got there, the area we stood to break the ground, the coconut trees were gone in a very short amount of time. The coconut tree, the sea had taken them. This is the level of devastation we are experiencing with the sea. I agree. The sea is taking the land dramatically. Why is this happening? Global warming. Literally, global warming. The earth is getting warmer. And the North Pole and the South Pole of the earth, the ice, when ice melt, it turns into water. So the volume of the ocean is increasing. This is what we are dealing with. How the government is dealing with that. I talk about $10 million project to defend the Greenville city. There are another $25 million project ongoing right now to be able to defend West Point from wash away. Those two are going on. Right now, we're rating a number of proposals, one of those of Hotel Africa, to try to prevent Hotel Africa. We've been advocating for the port of Harper. I went to that port. If nothing is done over the next 5 to 10 years, we'll lose the port. The wave of the ocean is increasing. And so those who like to buy beach property, I say you're buying a beach property, please buy a whole acre. If you're building, maybe leave a whole lot towards the beach and build at the end. Don't go and build near the sea.
So let me ask the next question here. This guy is go ahead, sir. Finish up. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, that's global warming. The signs are not good. And not only Liberia, Bangladesh, every other coastal country, we're facing this problem. And the negotiation will go in terms of climate change negotiation, who should pay, who should do that. You know, that's the kind of discussion we are having.
So let me get you something. One of the follower asked the question. You have not done your selection about the waste management, but you got those containers out of the port. How long will it take you to make those selections? And will the container just sit there waiting for you to put your proposal out?
So not, let's understand this. It's not EPA that's letting the waste management company, not the EPA. The EPA, no. We're regulating the process. A company wrote the EPA, say we have been authorized to deal with this issue. What can we do? We wrote the company and said, by our record, you are not qualified to do this work. You have to hire a certified EPA firm to do it. But we are in touch with the port as well. The port, we've done all the research work. We realized that the material, they are no hazardous. We tell the port, because the port want to get it out. We say, yes, they can release it. It goes somewhere now in parking there. This company has to bring the third-party EPA certified company. They do their negotiation. So we are not the one going to look for a disposal site. And then I can assure the public that it's not going to be.
So let me understand you better, right? Because the guy's saying, if you please, I beg you, sir. The company have already started a negotiation for waste management.
You're asking me whether the company has already started?
Yes, this company that you're talking about, they already engaged folks, waste management company, to come in. Have they done that already?
Well, it's normally will be done by writing. They will write the EPA and say, we have choose this company to be able to do and introduce a company to us.
And that's what I'm asking. Have they done that, sir?
No, we haven't received that letter yet.
So we don't know whether they have done it.
But they will have to do it.
But we don't know whether they have done it as of yet.
No, I mean, I'm not aware. They have not. I mean, again, we can check the office, but at least I have not received a letter.
So we don't know whether any waste management company have registered or shown interest to handle this waste management, but we took the stuff out of the port, number one. And where they are, we don't know how long they're going to be there, right? What are you going to, there will be more markets coming from those trucks. Am I correct?
So the particular company that wrote the EPA is a Liberian company. Is responsible for that waste now because they the one had taken ownership of it. So any other thing, we're holding them responsible and accountable. They have to dispose of it as quickly as possible, sir.
So how long have you given them to dispose this waste?
We have not given them a rating timeline. They got to dispose at this time. Again, sentence is an ongoing. We are in the middle of it, right? It's an ongoing process. So I haven't given them timeline. We wrote the port, asking the port that a container can be released. They can release it. Today, your team went there and recorded some video, very beautiful. Even went inside the container. Actually, thank you for opening them because at least through your camera, able to see in them. I have not been able to go and see the container myself physically, but at least through your people are able to see it. If they are not parking somewhere, the next step is disposal from there. It's actively progressing.
Dr. Bobler, you want to add? Because the folks that are joining us, and I want to say thank you to all of you that texted your question, right? They seem confused. We don't have a waste management company yet to dispose this thing. Dr. Bobler say, well, we got a company that negotiating and working, probably they are working with waste management company. They got to revert to EPA, Dr. Bobler now. But how long, we don't know, and the container just parking somewhere. If that's what I gather, then people are saying they are confused, and EPA got to be more clear. So, what are you gathering, Dr. Bobler?
So I got two questions for Dr. Yakbabu. So from the government's perspective, moving this consignment on to the intended destination, we hear Portugal or wherever, or returning it to Nigeria, those two options are off the table. As far as Liberia is concerned, those containers are going to be here. It's just a matter of how we can properly dispose of them. Is that where we are now as a government? That's the government position. Those things are not moving. They're not going forward to wherever we're going. It's not going back to Nigeria. Because Nigeria now, Nigeria is so big, they can dispose of anything there. So it's not going forward, Doc. It's not going backwards. It's going to be here. And then we just got to figure out how to dispose of it safely. Is that the position now of the government?
Yeah, that is it's a good question, but the way you say it, the way you spin it, it has some sort of serious negative connotation. The way you
it's seeking clarification, Doc. I just seeking clarification. The people want to know. I want to know.
I agree. So the reason why EPA went and tested the container was to see the content of the container and align it with both our laws and the international laws that EPA is part of. If this was something that the Liberia could not handle, it could not be disposed of in Liberia safely, right? It was hazardous material. EPA could have not allowed the port and the thing to leave the port and come on our soil. The EPA would have not done that. It would have said, it stay right there. The people who brought it either take it back to Nigeria or carry it to Portugal in another way. We can't allow it in our port of entry. The EPA would have done that. But the fact that the EPA tested the content and biodegradable, they are non-hazardous, it can be disposed of in Liberia. A company has shown itself to be responsible. EPA authorize it to leave the port. That's basically what the EPA done. Sure.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Dr. Diakwa. We really, really say thank you. I want to push you a little more, right? It's not me, but the audience that follow us as we welcome Akaris Mosigre and Vendetta Patrick. The audience are concerned, Dr. Diakwa. We can make this your show, right? Because this is concerning. We'll go to our other issue later. These are few things. Which company wrote the guys that actually, which company received the Pancana in Liberia? Because you're telling us about company. I thought you said it was they were just moving the container from one ship to another ship. But now you're saying we have a company in Liberia that are receiving these things. So I'm kind of confused, sir. Can you help me?
Let me see here. Let me see what I can pull this letter up. There's in the press statement, actually, there's a company. Okay. Elsing Transport and Logistics is the name of the company. It's ELSIN. You spell transport and logistics. LC Transport and Logistics is the company that contacted the EPA on this and say, we are giving this and we want to dispose of it. What can we do? I think it was very right on their part to ask that question, right? So to answer your question, the company that we're dealing with, in addition to the port is really like administrative stuff, right? But in terms of the ELSIN Transport and Logistics is a company, is the company that we are working with.
So is that the company that are receiving these containers?
No, no. Again, at least per the record of the various kinds of documents associated with this particular product we're talking about, the urge is originating from Nigeria, a destined for Portugal, right?
We agree.
They were doing transshipment at our port. They were taken from one container to another.
So let's start right there. Dr. Yababa, I'm begging you, sir. Let's start right there. Let's understand this now, right? We know they were leaving Nigeria. They left Nigeria. The destination final, Portugal. We know that. Liberia is caught in the middle. Straight bullet caught Liberia. Right there, we in the middle. They stopped on our port. Who was receiving them at our port? Is that this company you're talking about?
Oh, and that's a question, Stanton. I'm sorry to say I can only really say what I know. In terms of our detail as to how these things happen in terms of transshipment and offloading from one container to another, what a company is responsible, the port people will be able to explain that whole process, how it happened. I really don't know about it, and so I don't want to really stick my neck on the line for that. So I don't really know the detail. But what we receive for asset logistics, transport and logistics company, we receive a letter from them that they're having the container that they want to do this, and they were asking, and from there we intervene right away.
Well, thank you very much. Let me bring in Akaris. Akaris, we're finishing up with this story about this port. I mean, it's so interesting, and I want to say, man, I'm happy to have you. Liberians responding, they're asking the question, but I will bring in Dr. Honorable Akaris Mosigre from Dada Patrick. I see the guys coming on so late. Today is our late Saturday on Wednesday. But I want to say it's so good that you're clarifying this thing. I'm not putting it on you. We just want more clarity. And I want to say thank you for giving us the time. Honorable Gray.
Sorry that I'm on late. Maybe the question that I want to ask, don't know whether you asked it. I just wanted to know that the containers are 300, if I'm right. Am I right?
Yeah, they I think a little over 300 actually.
Okay, a little over 300.
Yeah.
So the two people doing inspection of the little over 300 container to know exactly what in it.
No, Honorable Gray, no, we didn't do so. And actually, we don't do that. We don't go testing, container that transiting from one ship to another, or that we don't do that, right? We only got involved with this one that sit at our port. A company has identified itself trying to say that we have this problem, how can we deal with it? And those are the 17 we went and tested. I think,
The reason why
but so that entire, the other one, no, we didn't go testing
that
them.
the reason why I'm asking you, because we are at a critical juncture when it comes to the issue of drugs in Liberia. The fight against drugs is very important. So don't you think it's advisable to get I to ensure that you are indeed aware of proper inspection of what in each of those containers with the national security involvement into it? Don't you think it's essential?
No,
Because maybe 1, 2, or 3 of the containers could have the material. You don't know what in the rest of the containers before you
we
begin to take responsibility for something that you have no knowledge about.
we now we have open an office on a grade. We open an office. EPA has an office at the port, right? And our office is already dealing with this stuff and thing in terms of there are certain type of. I mean, the purpose of our office that it's really because before goods come into the country, all the way bill, all the information I share, right? So most of the time, our office is dealing with chemicals. What are beer mountain? What are the other company bringing chemical? In more instances, we have to give kind of letter to release those chemicals. And so we really focus, zoom in more instances on chemicals. We're getting the equipment. When that equipment comes, it will be able to analyze drug as well as our lab. So we'll be able to support
Yeah,
the
because that you see that because I don't want you to take responsibility for what you may have no knowledge on. Because we know that people sometimes they send you all of the information on a container. Maybe you go to look in the container, you see another things added onto what is sent to you. So my concern about getting the LDA and other security apparatus just in case of disposal is very important at this critical juncture.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because just
Yeah.
for like to just be a transit point, someone just brought 300 container, actually they were transporting it to another area, and then you realize that there are problems with the materials in it, and Liberia become like the dump site or disposable site for such a thing, especially between Nigeria and Liberia. For
Thank
them
you.
not to realize that this thing have problem, for me, it's a concern between
Thank you.
Liberia and Nigeria, and they don't know. So
And that's the concern,
yeah.
Akaris. Let me bring you up to speed. A lot of people listening, watching this show, they are concerned. Thank God we have Paul Kennedy here that have great experience, and you talk about NFIP setting. I want to say to you, Akaris, we're trying to keep the data here for 30 minutes. We have passed
Okay.
30 minutes or 1 hour. But let's take a round maybe for the next 15, 20 minutes because people are saying, well, they continue intercepted. Your answer would be no, I believe, right? That's a
Yeah, say
Yeah.
well,
At least from what I know, for what I know, going through the papers and thing, I will not classify it as being intercepted. At least if that happened, that is not to my knowledge at this point. What I know is that a group of ship was, transiting from one vessel to another, and then they realized that some of those had problem, had maggot in them, and then it left at our port. And the company contacted the EPA, and then that's the process we are on.
Have you
So
spoken to the port managing director, Sekou Dukle? Have you spoken to anyone from the port?
no, I'm not spoken to anybody from the port today.
Don't you think you should have done that, sir?
I could do that if the need be. Again, context here. Bob in here last night, 12, went to bed almost, I got up this morning. I tried to organize my report. And then this morning, this news came up on Spoon. And then it's very sensitive, and we have to get involved and provide the kind of clarification we are making tonight. And so contacted my technical team who responsible for this, right? There's a whole department that deal with the kind of stuff, chemical and thing. And then they brief me adequately and share all the information with me for me to come and give a clarification. So yeah, maybe at some point we'll contact the port manager, but I'm not spoken to him today.
Real quick before Vandela come in, real quick, sir. So do you think that where are the containers right now?
Where they are stored right now?
Yes, sir.
You have the information already. You
No,
know what?
I want you to answer it for the sake
You
of
have
our
that information
audience.
already. You have the information
I want you
already.
to answer
I
it for
don't.
the sake of our audience, sir.
Yeah. So again, I'll only say what I know. What I don't know, I will not say it. I don't know where they are right now. I don't
Why?
So
because
the EPA,
Wait. Why you don't know? You wrote a letter that you should.
because it is an ongoing process. I just telling you what I've been through today,
No, I
and I just know
understand, but to tell us as EPA executive director that you don't know where those containers are, then it's even amazing, right?
no, I mean because okay, suppose I tell you say I know where they are. You tell me where they are. You ask me where they are. Should I answer or not answer? If I don't answer, I sound like a liar. If I answer
No,
and
no, no,
put a
I don't
black area,
understand. Do you know where those
answer
containers
and
are
put a
right
black
now?
area where they are
Do you
not,
know
I'm a
what is?
liar.
Do you know what those containers are right now?
Where they are packed right now, I
Yes.
do not know. I mean, I can get my technical team here on the
Oh,
show. Let you explain to us where they are stored, because your EPA team went with the team today. You showed a video with EPA team escorting them, right? So that means the EPA is aware to where they are because our inspectors escorted them, as your video show. But
Professor,
I was not there, and that information is not to
is
me.
this a serious issue for you, Dr. Yagbalo? Is this a serious concern for you?
Well, I mean, it's a very kind of broad question. Um, it is serious insofar as the science is about it. We tested. It's not hazardous. It can be disposed of it safely in Liberia. That is clear by the science. It kind of bring my level of anxiety on the issue to a point of kind of, you know, point of acceptance, I would say. The next one is there's a procedure that has to be followed in terms of disposal or making it useful. That process is ongoing, right? That process is ongoing. And we are in the middle because you are coming to public domain that we need to come how far things are to clarify to the public.
Thank you. Let's bring in Vendetta Patrick and our brother Paul Kennedy. VP, your two questions, sir.
So, Dr. Yawalo, good evening. It's good to see you here again.
That's the
But
same.
primarily, I see you've been bombarded with a lot of questions. So, what was the purpose of your appearance tonight, and what specific issue were you asked to address on this platform?
So this morning, several individuals, including some very high profile individuals in government, sent via my WhatsApp, they sent me a Facebook post by Spoon Network. And Spoon summarized it, why it's happening in a kind of way they understand it. But at some point said, you know, you rejected other container that came with palm oil and then you accepted this one. And so there's a lot of issue in the article border on EPA credibility, right? So then then I spoke to the technical team. I got sufficient briefing and a lot of documentation on this. And I said, you know why? Let us read a press statement. So this evening we did release a press statement. My apparent tonight, and then I contact Spoon, Stanton for clarification. They asked me, "Are you willing to come on the show tonight to be able to clarify?" And I said, "Yes, I will come on the show to clarify." So my bang here tonight is to clarify that story published by Spoon, but also the kind of anxiety is building within the public to try to, as EPA director heading the critical institution, to try to explain the role of the EPA in this, and then to put the public, at bay that, it's not anything so far that's going to come and hurt us. I can say that as a director based on the science. So that's my apparent tonight to come and make that clarification.
So, my second question, thank you for that. I just wanted to know the basic. You are on record of, funding companies. The other day you were to BA Mountain. The last time I heard and I read in the papers, you found China Union. The other time you were in Grand Gile, suspended, I think, license of some companies for violating the environmental laws of Liberia. So the public is interested in knowing as to whether, if your investigation is concluded that there is a violation, would there be a similar method taken, even though the continuance, you don't know their whereabouts, as you stated? And I heard you saying that it's a ship that landed on our port. I don't know whether it's in transit, but if there is a violation for our environmental laws, what could be a possible, step taken by the EPA? Fine, impound the ship, or what? What does your law say?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. In terms of the area where the containers are, I can't see that location right now. But I can say the EPA is aware because as Stanton showed a video earlier, our inspectors escorted the container. So that means the EPA is aware. But I have not been briefed as to the actual location where they are, right? So that's why I can't say on the show because I can only say what I know. To answer your question, the answer is emphatically yes. That after all is done, going by the law and everything associated with this, if there are reasons to be able to impose fine and the level of fine is determined by law, we inform the public. But since this is also inside the public glare now, and we are in the middle of it, we have not concluded. When we conclude this situation, we will issue another press statement as to how we deal with it. And if I need to come back on Spoon again and explain how we finalize the process, I'll be willing to do so.
So lastly, looking at the sensitivity of this matter, two questions. Okay.
No, ask your last question. Let me give it to you, VP. Ask your last question, please.
So I'm concerned about the timing. Anything that has to do with chemical. Right now, you don't know the whereabouts of the containers. The public might be interested in knowing how fast this process is going to be concluded, because timing is very, very essential. Do you care to give any, a definite time as to when the EPA is expected to conclude this investigation and come to the public to provide details?
Again, VP, again, on the part of not knowing where it is, as a director, I don't know where it is right now, but the EPA know because the EPA inspector did escort the container. So our staff know, but I'll get a briefing tomorrow as to where they escorted the truck. So the EPA is aware. The next one is we only allow ICE the port or authorize the port to release the container because the content in the container are not chemicals. What in the container is cancer sheriff, and some of them are getting rotting and it has mercury in them. They are completely biodegradable. They can be reused, they can be recycled, they can turn into compost, or you can safely dispose of them in Liberia. That's the reason why we authorize it to leave from the port because they occupy space, but that contamination of maggot, we don't want it to stay there so that it can also contaminate other products within the port. So it's safe to get it out there, right? That's the reason why we do it. It will be fast-tracked in terms of how far we are now. We ask the company to submit a certified waste disposal company by the EPA. When that is done, there is a set of procedure and guidelines as to how to dispose of the kind of material. We get that and approve it, and it will be done. And we will try as much as possible to fast-track it and come back to the public and be able to explain. To explain to the public at the end how we concluded the process.
Paul Kennedy, let's have you on, please. Do you have the two questions?
Yes. Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, Dr. Yapaulo. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Kennedy.
I'm a good fan of your work. You've been doing a lot in, keeping the inspectorate in charge. We want to thank you and appreciate you for that. You've already said that I think some tests have been run to have been able to assess whether there were chemical residues or any harmful or hazardous chemical that's associated with the waste. But let me ask, is Liberia the final destination of this container, or is it in transit? For now, what the EPA knows.
Okay, so yes, we addressed some of this earlier. The story
Sorry for
on the
being
story,
late.
the story about this particular container, these containers, that there were over 300 of them leaving from Nigeria to Portugal, somewhere in Portugal. At our port, they were transiting from one vessel to another vessel. In that process, they realized that some of them had maggot in them, and so those were left behind. About 17 of them. A company supposedly in charge of it contacted the EPA that we have this. How do we go about it? EPA said, hold it, don't open it, don't do anything. Immediately wrote the port as well and told the port manager, those containers, have them safe until we can come and see. And then we went there and tested, took sample from all 17 containers and brought in our lab and tested. And we realized that no hazardous material in it. It's basically pancana shell that are getting rotting by maggot. It can be disposed of. Then we then inform the port that you can release them because, as I said, they're there, occupying space and da. As of today, they've been removed from the port and stored to another place. The next phase of this is the disposal process, which we have to go through with a satisfied disposal company. There where the whole situation is.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yagbawolo. But let me ask my final question. If this waste is not intended to Liberia, why should we even be thinking about identifying waste disposal to come to put money into wasting it when there is a company that is responsible to carry the protocol? Let them come and take that waste and carry it to their destination. Why is Liberia considering to put money or identifying a place for the disposal? Because why I agree is about that, it has some biodegradability, but there's also some public health risks that could come with that. Pancana shell keep mold and other pathogens, and accept the kind of chemicals that were actually used in the processing of making the pancana shell what it is over time, that could lead to some public health issues. So to pour all their problem on their head, why can't they just come and take their pancana shell and carry it to Portugal where they are carrying it? Why is the Liberian government trying to intervene with it at this moment?
Okay, so earlier I explained to the listening audience, the transportation of waste in general, hazardous waste in particular, is governed by the Basel Convention.
Right.
Liberia is a signatory to that convention.
But this waste is not hazardous. So why are we getting involved with it?
It's not, so the reason why we're getting involved with it, because in the convention, it's acceptable that this type of waste can be disposed of in another country.
But that comes for money. Are they going to pay us money to do that?
Okay, so at that point, that's a gray area, right? And I'm saying the gray area. I'm saying, like say squarely why it is, and the public can get what we're talking about. That's a gray area. A Liberian company contacted us, and we're following the process. Liberian government, or certainly the EPA, is not putting money into this because it does not make sense. We don't even have money. We don't have money to dispose of other poor waste. The one will understand the rationale is this Liberian company that contacted the EPA have been paid to do this work by the waste owner or owners for that matter. That would be the common sense. So we're only regulating. We are not paying and we are not hiring a waste disposal company. No, it's their responsibility to hire a waste disposal company to dispose of the waste. The only thing that company has to develop a set of guidelines and procedure that the EPA has to satisfy to meet some of the conditions you're talking about.
Thank you.
Even it has mold, even though it's biodegradable, but if it is done improperly, it will also cause problems. Those are all the yardstick EPA measure and certify and say, okay, that you can do. And that's
Dr. Yagbawolo, thank you very much. And Conagre will ask his two last questions, but let me hold you briefly, Dr. Yagbawolo. And it's still not clear, to be frank. Liberians are confused like hell.
Yeah.
And the Liberian people entrusted through Jose Yimabwaka that you should be that executive director for EPA.
I am.
Hearing the story that we have maggots and worms coming out of containers at the port. You say your deputies and your technicians. You cannot tell us where right now those containers are because you are not fully briefed. For you to say you are fully briefed, I disagree. Then you would tell us the location of this container right now. I know, but I will not say it.
Stay 1 minute. My director sent a message. Presently, 6 containers are packed at GSA fence, and the rest are still at the port.
Correct, because
the escort of ETA and okay. So yes, so my director
I
just
asked you earlier. I asked you earlier.
6 containers are packed at the GSA fence, and the rest are still at the port.
So I asked you earlier about this GSA. You couldn't confirm then, but I knew they were at GSA. But my question is, yeah, I understand, and thank you for that. But again, it's troubling. I want to raise some issue, and that will be my last issue because we hope to have you back when you have gathered all of the facts, right? The company received this grade, right? And look at the sign for it, right? There's a company in Liberia that were receiving this container. Concerning, it's right there, concerning. Somebody signed for it. So it was in transshipment. Am I correct? You say it was in transshipment. Help me understand. Yes, sir.
What I know is the briefing I got and the documentation trail I got. If this was not in transshipment, and if somebody send it to Liberia directly and make it appear that way, is subject to investigation. And if the investigation, that's a dimension you're adding to the story now, and we'll look into that very deeply. And if this is a situation, then of course, even though the waste itself is not hazardous, but the fact that one lie is a serious problem.
But that's why I'm saying
it would have changed the whole dimension of the
so Dr. Yabaro, let me finish. People watching it right now, right? A lot of Liberians are concerned, to tell you the truth.
Exactly.
And they appreciate the fact that you even came out here today to discuss with us on this issue. Because we ran with this story intentionally, knowing very well that we had a serious problem here. But they are in doubt that somebody received these containers intentionally. They are in doubt. There's somebody received them intentionally. It was so intentional that they knew what was in it. And because they knew what was in this container, who knows, you said 300 of them, but out of the 300, only 17 EPS took out. They are reporting that this is more than what we are explaining right now. They receive it, they sign for them, a carrier grade, guys. And then when the question came, they say it is transshipment. We just put on another ship to go. Now let me ask you, Pankana, my last concern here, Pankana, right? And you said maggot, worms. They are the GSA compound. The guys going to work. People will be walking past that. Maggot will get out of those containers. They are not confirmed. They found a way out. Paul, you public health man, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Where you put them, the maggot going to get out. People are investigating and say, these are the kind of maggot we are talking about. You say, well, they are not hazardous, they are not dangerous, they cause no harm. But these things eat the plant, eat the root, eat other stuff, and if they come in contact with humans, they are deadly. I know you are not a medical expert when it comes to this environmental issue like Paul Kennedy. Are you concerned that your location of those containers right now, you should be taking them out of GSA compound? Are you concerned that it was a wrong move to take them into the GSA compound?
So tomorrow morning, we'll get on this and see what actually happened and why they are stored at the GSA compound. We're going to investigate a little bit more. And I will go there. First thing, I will go there in the morning. I'll go see it because it also go to experiencing myself.
Yeah.
To what level are they protected? Are they covered in a way that even a sense cannot come out, or a mega cannot come out, start to get into the public, or interfere with work or so like that? I myself will go there in the morning to see what the conditions are. And then we pick it from there. But when we say that the public should not be worried, is not hazardous, would that mean that you can go take it and put it among people? You can't go take mega and put it among people. You don't do that. Like you said, they could be dangerous, right? That, I mean, no, people, you don't wear food, you don't want to do that, right?
Did you
So
ask them to take it to the GSA compound, sir? Was that your instruction? Who instructed them to take it over at the GSA compound?
I did not instruct them to take that to the GSA compound. Certainly, I will answer on behalf of my deputy and the EPA generally to say that it depends. To say that the EPA will say take it to the GSA compound. Let's leave that tomorrow. Let's investigate a little bit more. Right? Let's investigate a little bit more.
I got 30 seconds, Dr. Yabaulo.
GSA compound. Yeah. And I can get back on the show. It's not.
No, I respect it. If you call for more time, I respect that, because I'm sorry, we have to ask the question that is so daring to our people, and not to put you on the spot, but somebody might have said to them, take it to the GSA compound, take it in Wayantan, take it this place, and I'll play the video. But before I do that, Paul, real quick, your 30 seconds, then we'll go to Colonel Gray.
Yeah. So Dr. Yabaulo, it's a good thing that you are on top of this, and in a way, you can get the various stakeholders that are around this to get on top, because if mega is coming out of that container and it is not properly contained, sludges will also come out. And that's my concern, because sludge has soil degradation and water line pollution component into it. So moving the container from one place to another, if there's a leakage, then that should be a problem of your concern. But I'm glad that you are saying in the next 24 hours, you're really going to be on top of this to make sure that, whatever's supposed to be avoidable is avoided, so that it does not, degenerate into something else. Because that container of waste has a lot of environmental, besides the chemical hazard, it has a lot of environmental issues
Thank
that
you, Paul.
are with it.
We're gonna give Dr. Yabaulo the time to go back, and he will inform us. After completing their investigation,
Can I just talk about other work of the EPA? That's so important.
Yes. We're going to give you the time to do that, guys. I know you that came late. I'm sorry. We got to move on, because every question. Hold on, Colonel Gray.
Step on me, man.
No, Colonel Gray, I will give you one question. I will, but I just want to say it will be very much important to give Dr. Yabaulo the time to come back again upon completing this investigation on the Pancana issue. There's a lot of concern, and I'm hearing other companies bringing in Pancana to do biofuel. I'm not going to sit here to take that as a gospel, but we are digging into the investigation. And Dr. Yabaulo, I will send you those information likewise for you to be informed if you don't know, and to help with your investigation, the reason why we have those containers in the country. We spent a long time digging deeper into this. We asked people, and we're not going to mention their name, and this is the best we can do to work along with EPA, at least, to make sure that you do the work the Liberian people desire. We're going to move to other issues concerning EPA. We'll give you 10 minutes, or maybe the next 11 minutes, to talk to us about the general EPA. When we bring you back next time, it will be about the new EPA. So right now, let's give you a few minutes, get into it. Not the Pancana story no more. We'll come back to that next time, Dr. Yabaulo. Talk to us.
Wonderful. Thank you. We just want to assure the public of the EPA and how we're running it. We're able to build morale within our institution. The southeastern part of the country, we have open offices in Sino staff, in Maryland staff, in River G staff. Of course, we strengthen our Grand Jury office. As a result, there are a lot of activities going up in the southeastern part now. There's a reinforcement team in the southeastern part of Liberia, because in the town there's a gold mining company that started digging in the middle of the town. When our inspectors post stuff to them, they don't want to stop. So we send a reinforcement team headed by Mr. Brown. They are right there now in the southeastern part. We managed to make sure those areas are staffed. We need more staff there. They're quite understaffed yet, but at least we managed to get our foot there. You know that we carry on the county monitoring in May, and some of the work we did in there, some of the report we brought, and working with the FDA and everybody else, you see that the military have moved off into the Sapo part and has cleared up the Sapo part now. And we're reading in the report and everything we're getting that it was done successfully without hurting anybody. It's a very good thing to make sure that the Sapo National Park is clear. The same lab we're talking about, we get a new lab now that is fully equipped. There we have marine lab. Quite recently, I was in the IEA, and we're going to be working with Monaco. They're going to be sending team. They're going to help us build our lab. Just the last week, we got an equipment. It's called an elemental analyzer. It costs 100,000 euro. It has arrived in the country, and there it's going to be helping us to do a lot more work. Our country nationally determined contribution, we just contribute, we get share it at the UN General Assembly. This is why each country decide what we're going to do about climate change. It's called the NDC. It's divided, we make it private sector driven. We say the one that we can do as a country, the 64% greenhouse gas we want to cut down. We can Liberia, our own resources, we can be able to do 10%. The other 54%, we need international support and climate finance. That's the reason why our carbon market policy is almost ready. We have been going around the country building consensus. We had a meeting in Kanta the other day, 2 days, that brought over 200 stakeholders across the country to get their input. In that particular document now, we're going to be showing the conference of party where the entire world get up. The last time it was over 60,000 people in Baku, Azerbaijan. It's going to be held this time in Belém in Brazil. And we're going to have a Liberia pavilion. We managed to raise some money. We pay for our pavilion now, we're getting the content. And what we're going to be showcasing there is there are three lumps of the world, the breathing parts of the world. There's just three. There's the Brazilian Amazon, there's the Congo Basin, there's the Upper Guinean forest. The Upper Guinean forest, Liberia has more about 43% of that forest. And so it has not been appreciated globally. So at the conference of the party, we built an atlas of Liberia called the Atlas of Natural Wonders and Beauty of Liberia. It's going to be online. We're going to be showcasing our pavilion so that we can inform the world that our contribution, even though we contribute almost negligible aspect of climate change, but we are feeling the impact, and we're going to be able to showcase that. So the EPA have very professional staff. The other time we retired 10 people at the EPA, and each of them took turn to explain why they were happy upon retirement. Why? We went strictly by the law. If you work, somebody work for EPA for 21 years, they get 21 month pay. Is it that we have money? We're done. But we have to enforce the law. We negotiated with them, we pay them in trenches. But that is the law. To give people incentive for them to work. If the law says when they retire, they not get handshake, you go and take someone a 1,000, 2,000 handshake. What is due them by law, you give it to them. So right now the EPA is in high gear. We are working to save the country. We managed to foil a big situation at the JFK. Why? Scientifically. We took an instrument to measure a cobalt instrument there, abnormally were reading. When they call me, I went to go check. There's a radio material called Section 137. You were at the place, at the maintenance room, you were emitting more than 18 times the human body can take. The day we informed stakeholders, the American, they evacuated the hospital. We worked on that thing covertly and brought 2 experts from the International Atomic Agency to Liberia. We're able to deal with that material so the hospital is safe going forward. So a lot of work is being done at the EPA, and all the work is inspired, of course, by His Excellency Joseph Yuman Boakai, who has given all the chance to work. There have been a point where people are going to say, oh, EPA, that are going to meet with him and say, in Liberia, we talk too much, we don't enforce the law. That you go and enforce the law. As long as you're enforcing the law, you have nothing to fear. He had told me that several times. We had that covenant. But how about the board? The board of directors headed by the commerce minister, and then Mo Ali is the deputy. And the central bank governor, we have an active board coordinator, the same process, probably minister, all of them attend our board meetings. So we have a very active board when you call into board meeting to make critical decisions. They make those critical decisions, as well as the policy council and the senior management team. Financial information at the EPA is open book to the senior management staff. Every Monday, the controller, the expenditure, and the income, all senior management have access to it. Every decision is made by the senior management team. And working along with that team of people, qualified people that are met there, we're moving the EPA forward. And I
Thank
just
you very
want
much, Dr. Yagbaburo. We're sorry again.
yeah.
We're sorry you again. I really want to say we appreciate your time here. And guys, this is not a promotional thing. Some of you that tap in that we ask him hard question. I always told my guests, and I always said this to Dr. Yagbaburo, well, apart from friendship, we should do the work that our brown people want us to do. So I brought him to ask him hard question, not to celebrate his achievement. I mean, upon completion of this assignment given to him, we'll see whether we can celebrate his achievement. But right now, we have to grade him every which way. Therefore, we say to you, Dr. Yapa, will come again. Thank you very, very much for at least diving into the issue. Everything you said about EPA, when you come back, we have to talk about the biocarbon issue. We got to talk about the new EPA, your testing lab, your new facility, every which way. You are talking about manpower. And if we get more information, we go into the interior, the different counties, your establishment. We want to say thank you. We want to stop here by now, and we want to say have a good evening. I will talk to you on the other side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you measuring RN 222?
Thank you very much. Dada Yaguablo, we want to let you to go in peace. Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. I want to say to all of you that, Johnny just come late to church. They won't start singing the same song we already sing. I want to say thanks to my brother Vendetta Ara Patrick, the young CEO, the upcoming Brook CEO. I want to say thank you for joining us, sir. I want to say thank you for the NPhil, public health scientist, Paul Kennedy. It's always good to see you.
I'm now at MPhil again. I left MPhil.
You touch you. Let me bring in the retired caller.
You gotta take it back. Hey. No. CEO, you gotta take it back. When you are addressing a CEO, you can say Brook CEO. In fact, the board of directors have voted unanimously that you don't refer to me on this platform as junior CEO. We don't work for the same company. I'm a CEO certified. You CEO certified. So moving forward, I'm no longer going to accept anything from you.
Yes, sir. Okay. So you are not a junior CEO. Thank you very much. Thank you, right? You explained time. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Let me break it. Let me talk about Kona Arab. A great one to say thank you. Our brother went for us. So Wednesday is a rough time. A lot of guys go to work, they come back, but they make the way on the show. Some of them have not even eaten yet, but they're yet to discuss issue. I want to welcome all of you again. Thank you for joining us. Let's get into other issues. But before we do that, one round quick. Let's talk about Yakwa tonight. Kona Gray, let's start with you. Just a minute. What do you think?
Well, Stanton, let me give you a scenario. If I am traveling to the U.S. and then my flight originates from Liberia, I'm transiting to Brussels. If I have a visa that expires, one day when I leave the port of Liberia, I will not be allowed to board that flight because it's not possible for me to get to the United States with with 1 day visa. So Brussels will the port of origin will say, well, you know what, you're not entitled to enter our flight because your visa expires and your last destination is the United States. So therefore, my flight will be canceled until I can go and get a visa. So I'm just giving this scenario, and towards the people's concern, I think this was a deliberate act because before a consignment leaves port of departure, there's a stamp date. You know exactly that the content of this thing will expire if it enters Liberia. So therefore, they will not allow it to move. So I think the intent here was to dump those things on Liberian soil. And if they don't have a way of determining the content of any consignment leaving a port, then we're in trouble as a country. I mean, I heard the gentleman giving all kinds of excuses. Those things are, as a carrier said, they should be coordinated with national security. What if there's some explosion that was coming to come to Liberia, and then before they get there, it germinates and it explodes? Are they not coordinating those things with national security apparatus on the ground? If they're not, why has our national security people not jumping because if anything gets into Liberia should be thoroughly scrutinized before it gets there. Then because when it gets there, then the problem is no longer theirs but it's yours. So Stanton, now in that capacity, he struggled. Maybe he has not been informed adequately, but I didn't buy any of the excuses he was giving. They were personal. He has not had that leverage to brief the world as to what happened. He's only speaking out because spoon dog behind it. That's it.
Again, Akaris, let me say this to you. Sorry, my brother. Colin Gray, let me say this to you. It is concerning though, but you know why? There's a reason why I asked us to pause Winfred Russell. He was here at the UN. They went for the diaspora program. He been in contact with his deputy. I'm not buying anything into Yakwaulu, Dr. Yakwaulu. But just understand that what came before his desk today, and he said, listen, I didn't even go to the office. I arrived back to the country last night. We got more information than Dr. Yakwaulu and his team. I can say to you, somebody ordered those containers went for Russell. Whether you got Maggie, there's something in there that Dr. Yakwaulu got to investigate more. But for him to unveil himself, so let me go take some hard questions. You guys can beat on me. I think I will give that to him. Right now, we will pause and see whether he will come back to tell us actually what's happening thereafter. And I want to say to you, your concern is so legit, Ed Remy Gray. But you know, you coming to America, it's not a problem for you because you're an American citizen. So you will never forget your one-day visa. Winfred, talk to us. Let's go back to
thank you. And great being here. And, I think Dr. Urim Yakwaulu is going to do the due diligence that is required for this issue. He's a respectable professional, highly skilled from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, one of the top 10 public universities in the country, and well-trained. So I know he's going to do his best. And so when he says that he's going to investigate, when he says that he just got into the country, so he wants to check this out and then get back to us, I believe and I trust he's going to do that. I did see him at the conference in Washington, D.C. We spoke on the sidelines and talked about some of the environmental issues and challenges that they're having, and we do plan to keep in touch. I told him I was going to contact him, and I trust him. I trust his words. I trust what he just said on the show. I'm sorry, I just got in. I to leave work and jump on here, but I would have had some questions before him too as well. I'm also concerned about the environmental damage that is all around the country with the pollution, with sanitation issues. Those are the issues I would like to talk to him about. Talk about the destruction of marshlands and swampland and mangrove forests in the country. These are very environmentally sensitive areas that have been destroyed. And I just wanted to find out what the EPA is doing about it and trying to restore some of those marshland and to prevent people from constructing and disrupting and destroying those environmentally sensitive areas around the country. But you know, I know he's going to do his due diligence. He's going to do what he says he's going to do because he's a very credible professional.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great. Are you good, Gray? We see that you're having some issue here, my brother. Karis Gray, are you good?
Yeah, I'm okay now.
Yeah, close up on this now.
No, I think everyone has spoken. I've been in and out, but the issue of the hazard is of concern. Okay, I've listened to a lot of people talking about the issue of hazard that we don't know whether we're going to dump it. Environmental pollution is another issue that we have to consider. But like you said, Stanley, rightfully, I do have some doubts. Especially to say that Liberia was almost like a transit point to transfer it from one ship to another. It raises serious concern. And it also has a security implication in my mind, because to take 17 out of 300 containers and assume that only the 17 are polluted, you know, even taking those containers to the GSA in the city center there, you don't know the kind of maggots that are in it and the other pollution that are in it. And just took it straight to the GSA in the city center there near the ATS and stored there. You don't know how long it will be there for. And one of the concerns I had, but I was on and off, is that now that a waste company has accepted to dispose what is within there, and the waste company is being paid, how does Liberia stand to benefit from that? Well, it's important. You can't just go take up waste and the country doesn't benefit. So Liberia appears to be a dump site. Yeah, seriously. I don't know why they did not detect it in Nigeria, but they detected it in the Republic of Liberia. They Paul said, take all your things to Portugal get better area to just put those waste out, okay, then Liberia. But again, I thought sincerely that the DAC doesn't have all the information and he wants to take responsibility for things that he should not be taking responsibility for, especially on the national security implication of such a container. So yes, I don't know. When you say you open the container, did you go through all the panel? Like for example, you got a coal bag. You know, sometimes you have to empty the entire coal bag to detect what are drugs within the coal bag. So you can just see, you say, oh, that coal. You open the other one, you say, oh, that coal. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I want to say thanks to all of you, man. Dr. Douglas, Starlink is the best. Try to get yourself one. Don't believe on any of this other internet company in Liberia. They are all robbing you guys seriously. We feel your pain. There will be no way Vendetta Patrick can get a better internet than you. I mean, you're the executive vice president at Carpenter, and Vendetta Patrick is a CEO root group. You know, so that's Starlink.
Actually, Starlink is coming to hook me up. Stanton, it's just they got a little logistical thing trying to get exactly what I want. So I'm looking forward to it, man, because it's pretty frustrating, you know, to be on the show and be dealing with internet challenges. Yeah, it's very frustrating. But
I mean, a lot of people just concerned. A lot of people concerned that you working at Cotton, right? Cotton University, right? And you got some money with you because your whole family here in the United States. You know, we thank God for that. But Vendetta Patrick having a better internet connection than you is surprising. Seriously, people are very concerned. People are telling me that they are concerned.
I know you like the star stuff, but let's talk it. So they want our money problem, my brother. Yeah, it's location problem. I got money problem. Yeah, I got money. I ain't like
honestly, we gotta move on.
I got no money problem.
Yeah, we gotta move on. The man's a CEO for Red Group. But guys, I want to say thank you very much for to Dr. Yapagudo. And let us move on to the other issue. We got some very, very important issues to discuss today. I'm talking about the internet pocket and the internet went off.
But
Yeah,
CEO,
yeah.
give me 30 seconds. I was following the show, and I just got to say that I didn't get a chance to say it before Dr. Yakwa would have left. I think when these things happen, we step back and we look at bigger picture. And one of the bigger picture in the post-war era that we all have to grapple with is that money controls most of our conduct and affects our character in the post-war era. And it shouldn't be that way. Look, containers come 300 plus is on its way to Portugal. Okay, and then 17 of them, this stuff bad, and then all of a sudden, okay, let's take care of it. Look, there are options. The next vessel continue right behind the one that carried the majority, carry it right where we're going and dump it there. Don't bring it here. We can't clean our streets, man. And then you're talking about serious dumps. And the inspection process, we heard the EPA boss say, well, I don't know where it is. But then on the other hand, he said, where is it? We check it. No, you haven't checked it properly. So don't put us in harm's way because we're not sophisticated like that as it is. The money just driving everything. Let the thing go to the place it's going, so we can worry about our own stuff here. And we need to look beyond ourselves and our immediate need, see the greater good of this country. We can do so much better if we don't let money be the motivation for most everything. That's all I wanted to say.
Again, thank you very much, Dr. Bobler. We
Thank you
stay
so much.
asking the question about the vessel that brought in that brought in the 17 container and the switch from. It's a lot of questions, but again, we want to say thanks to Dr. Yapablo. Yeah, we don't want to push anyone from coming, but if you come, expect to get some very, very hard questions. Let's move on. I want to play this. On a serious note, you started with this yesterday, one traversal, and I want to play this briefly for us to discuss it. The allegation, the young man, got in his car while driving. A police officer was trying to stop him, and he rolled over the police officer. These are allegations. Stories still coming up. He was arrested, taken to court. The Labrador National Police paraded him through the street that he did it with an intent. Winfrey Russell, let's hear you.
Well, every loss of life is tragic, and it's something that we need to protect and support everyone. This is a very unfortunate situation. A young man, a young police officer, Mark Briswell, was killed tragically. And it's very unfortunate, and it's sad that some people have tried to politicize this. But I'm glad that the alleged perpetrator was arrested, and he should face the full weight of the law. If the police had done this, there would have been outrage. Understandably so, there would have been outrage in the country. Calling for the police head, calling for justice, and there would have been serious outrage, which is understandable. Equally so, when a peace officer is killed in this manner, or in any manner for that matter, we should also equally condemn it. And so, you know, I'm glad that he was arrested. The alleged perpetrator was arrested, and he should be brought to justice. But I think we should step back and look at and evaluate operational tactics of the police. We should look at training. It's one of the things that recommend to the police, the Liberia National Police authorities. So we've been working with the police. We meaning I've been working with them through the Brooklyn Park Police Department, and I've said before I've been working with them long before this government came to power. I mean, as early as when Mark Amblad was police director. He attended the University of Minnesota. When I was there, we were there together. And he did his internship at the Brooklyn Park Police. Actually, the current police chief in Brooklyn Park was assigned to Mark Amblad, or Mark Amblad was assigned to him. So that's how far back I've gone in working with law enforcement in general, both the fire and the police. So just want to put that out there, because a lot of people, I'm not a police officer. I've never been trained in police science or anything, but I've been actively involved in supporting the police, in ensuring that the police have the resources they need to do the work and keep us safe and protected. And this is a very tragic incident that needs to be addressed. We need to take seriously the lawlessness in the country, the mob justice in the country. And we've seen how police is sometimes attacked. We've seen videos and all of that. And when the police do, when they do something wrong, we need to hold them accountable equally. So,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, let's go around the block with this thing. Courage, great. Let me hear you. We'll go to Vendetta Patrick. Is this an accident? Was it an accident though? Courage, talk to us.
Yeah, and I would take a position that will not be surprising. The first thing is that look, no life should be taken away. Be a police officer, be a non-police officer. The police argument is that this guy intentionally killed a police officer, a young police officer, to die on the line of duty, quote unquote, being killed on the line of duty, especially on your patriotic duty, not just of duty, but patriotic duty. If this guy actually deliberately and willfully killed a police officer, it's wrong and it has to be condemned. We cannot sugarcoat that. But it has to be established in court, because the lawyer is arguing, his lawyer is arguing that it's accident. So the police will have to establish what was his intent and whether it was deliberate. It's disgraceful for a group of police officers over the entire police station to parade somebody who allegedly committed a crime, sinking, parading him and taking him to court. That is unacceptable, no matter what the emotions are. I saw police officers saying something like, "We're working and you're killing us." What happened to the people in Kinjal? And they lie that someone took single barrel, so they kill people innocently. They kill people in this country. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me to say just how you feel today, how other people feel. I sympathize with the police officer and his family. But think about that. When you shoot someone and police officers cannot be prosecuted, when you brutalize someone and you hide under the canopy of being a police officer and executing your rights, extrajudicial killing by the police itself. Are people been taken to court? Are they been prosecuted for their actions? The emotions are on both sides. The emotions.
You're watching the show?
Hello? No, guys, can we mute, please? Go ahead, Greg.
The emotions are on both sides. The emotions are also on the side of those who got killed by police officer. That's how they felt. So I think there should be a moral lesson for civilians. I disagree. Even the civilian, the last time we put a hand, we say, kind of the police officer and fighting police officer. You should never fight a police officer. Never. I would never support someone fighting a police officer. Never in my life. Even if that police officer is so brutal, you got to back off. Because you should not fight a police officer. You should not put hands on a police officer. But starting with all of the things we've been showing on Spoon and all of networks, the police officer have been very brutal. International report has shown that the police is brutal. The action of the police training, like Russell said, is very important. But I'm interested in those who shot the people in Kinjal. Can they be prosecuted? They are children of other people. The other person that was shot in the rehab area, for example, by the police. Are the police being prosecuted? We've seen people being shot in my presence by police officers. We got a lot of good police officers. I got a lot of friends in the service. But by rating him is degrading, is disgraceful, is demeaning. Okay? It's extremely demeaning. And we also have to retrain most of the traffic police officers.
Thank you, Greg. Let's stick with this one. We will come up with an outcome.
In conclusion, Standard, a police officer who gets on a vehicle because the driver refused to stop and you claim on the vehicle, you are risking your own life.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Greg. Great. Let's make progress. We got a lot of different video, and it's good for us to talk about this before going to the rest of the story for tonight. Again, guess what happened? What about the officer that pushed the guy off the pickup truck, and the gentleman died? You remember they were taking him, and they showed, just pushing off, and the gentleman died. This is a very serious issue coming to our people. It's not there yet.
That's why the simplest.
Yeah, so let me bring in Vandella Patrick. Vandella Patrick, let's hear you on this incident of police and the community. No. Maybe we are not. Yeah, go ahead. Talk to us, VP. Unmute.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, go ahead now. But leave there something. Stop muting yourself. Paul, let's hear you. You want to come in, Paul Kennedy?
Stanton, it's really sad that we have to lose a police officer. Every time we do that, it scares people in getting into the police. And especially for
I beg you, you got music and Facebook with extension off. Can you turn
the
it
kid
down?
in his room? I need to go in his room to stop him. I gotta.
I beg you. They try to do something, because if they pick up that sound,
it's not music. It's his piano he's playing. So let me go stop him. Yeah.
I beg you, Paul. Just work with us on that, please.
Yeah.
Dr. Buble, let's hear you in this police community thing. Dr. Buble.
So Stanton, it's very unfortunate. My heart goes out to the young officer's family. He died in the line of duty, and even if it wasn't in the line of duty, it's a loss to the family, a loss to the force, a loss to the community. So my condolences go to that family. That said, every time we run into a problem, we need to think solution, how we can mitigate and do better. Here's one of the ways we can begin. In this country, we need, starting with the government officials, we need to intentionally validate, reinforce, and affirm the authority of police officers. Starting with government officials. We have an awkward situation in Liberia. This is the only country I've been to on the 6 continents where I travel, where when you break the law, then you're somebody. When you follow the law, then you're nobody. The big shots are the ones who lead the way in disregarding the authority of police. They should not do that. because next door in somebody else's country, they will follow what the police say. So they can start by validating, reinforcing the authority of police by following what police say. The second thing is police themselves must not engage in these risky, dangerous practices. Step down. They do stuff that's scary. The car moving to join front of the car. They put a hill. They won't stop the car. I get it. But you can't do that. It's not safe. Maybe our police need more training. Maybe they need more resources. For example, all these places where you have police station, they should have but two bikes there. So if you feel like the man is, avoiding police, you can chase him with a bike and stop him. You know what I mean? But to get on top of the hood, I mean, they do all kinds of things. They stand right in front of the car. They do all kinds of crazy, dangerous stuff. The car moving, they want you to stop. They get in the road. And sometimes you got to slam on your brakes. That's dangerous. In the process of doing their work, they must never put themselves in harm's way. So I hope IG Coleman is listening or paying attention to these things. Help resource the police. Let there be motorbikes to different places. So if they feel like, Joe Blow come and he's not following the rule and stuff, they can chase Joe Blow down. By the time you get to red light, other police officer there, they can apprehend Joe Blow. The last thing I want to say is it's regrettable what happened to this officer. But the police are professional, they should be disciplined. Don't parade and accuse and create a scene. Everybody in this country is innocent until proven guilty. And the police is always a face of the rule of law. So they should please be disciplined. Let the man have his day in court. And if what he did is considered criminal, of course, the full force of the law. But don't create these unnecessary scenes, parading and all that stuff. Let the man go to court with his lawyer and let the government come and make their case. So again, let's reinforce, please, let's reinforce the police officer's authority and let the big shots start there and don't disregard the people who wear the uniform.
Thank you. Paul.
Thank you, Stanton. And as I said previously, my heart goes out to the, families and relatives of the deceased who died in the line of duty with honors from serving our country. Over the past few months, maybe even year, we've seen a lot of violence perpetrated against police officers. This needs to stop. Like Honorable Gray said, when we issue our uniform and our badge flag to people who want to serve our country, we should give them respect, because disrespecting them is also a disrespect to our country as a whole. So this goes out to every Liberian who has the intention to assault or even threaten the life of police or any serviceman for that matter. It is not good of an image for our country. Having said that, I personally think the police overstepped in this incident by, parading with the suspect in the streets. Whatever the situation could have been, the police should continue to maintain their professional line. And people in the police know, those who know the policing professional standards can tell you that it is not of a best practice. What they've done could further endanger the life of the suspect while he's awaiting due process. Liberia is a signature to all of these international conventions that really keep the human rights and dignity of our citizens. So, pre-judicial trial and pre-trial investigation and due process are upon every Liberian as a right. So parading him could risk him, create a lot of tension, could be bringing a lot of challenges to even you, the police, who have a little limited resource to be able to contain. I mean, this thing could have inflamed emotions, provoke some retaliation from the police officer's family and say, listen, the guy who just went and killed our family member, we're going to kill him too. I mean, can you maintain this kind of hostility? So we really need to continue to maintain our professional standards. The police has been doing the best they can do. Let me send a shout out to IG Coleman. I mean, in no time, we're going to have 30 police officers going to Rwanda to be trained. They just signed an MOU in May of this year with Dr. Bropler Constitutional University. 45 Liberian
So we'll
National
come to
Police
that.
will
Let's
go
see
there
with
and
this
be
story.
trained.
We
So the
will come
police,
to the other part here.
they're doing the best they
Yeah.
can do to continue with the manpower and professional training, but they
Yeah.
also need to do more. I just needed to stress that point. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Paul. Let me bring in the Trav Vendetta Patrick again. Then Conor Gray will come to you. VP. VP, are you with us? Conor Gray, can you go ahead?
You got to unmute, VP. You got to unmute.
Conor Gray, go ahead, please.
Yes, Stanton. You know, for a country like Liberia, anybody who is tasked with the responsibility of enforcing the law, man, they got one of the largest responsibilities you can ever think about. Because by practice, by culture, we don't think that we should respect the law. If you ask me, in Liberia, see what happened yesterday with the representative. Everybody feels somehow they're above the law. So, and it's not it's a very difficult thing to compel someone to comply by the law. But you know what? Police are expected to use reasonable force. It could be progressive. That is, present the situation as the situation presents itself. It was not easy in America to gain that, especially take for instance in the case of New York when Giuliani was mayor. I mean, they have to compel you to comply. That's what the law demands to do. But imagine you executing, you have that kind of responsibility in Liberia. Nobody's going to like you. Nobody wants you to compel them to comply by law. They want, men by nature would love to be free agent. Nobody should supervise their action. And in such a scenario, of course, police are in the line of danger. You know, that said, I would just urge the police to continue to do their work professionally. You understand? Don't give up, because you know what? For society, even in heaven, somebody disrespected God's law. Say, don't touch the fruit. Somebody say, oh man, oh man, you know, that's us by nature. Men, would think that the law should not be for us. If it should be for the other man. So the other man goes, it's not for me, for the other man. So they kick the can down the road. Nobody, when you come to find out, wants to respect the law. It's unfortunate that we lost a young man in the line of duty. But that said, also one of the expectations of the police is to be professional. Others have said it. I don't know what they hope to accomplish by parading, the alleged perpetrator of the act in the street. If somebody can tell me why if they're looking for deterrence on that, or they want shaming so that others can see that this is what will happen. It was unprofessional to do that. And I think, in as much as we expect the police, the civilian or people who are subjected to the law to respect the law, you too, as a police officer, your duty is to respect the law. Um, Nobody's going to get a passing mark because you shame the other guy, or it's an act, as unfortunate as it is. Somebody took the life of another person. It could be accidental. That's why the court would determine if there was malice involved that took the life of a very young man, promising person that was coming up in life. Stanton.
Conor Gray, thank you very much. Vendetta Patrick, are you okay now? VP? Glenny, welcome to the show, Glenny. Let's hear you.
Thank you. Sorry I'm late. And I was listening to quite a few of the panelists talked. I think everybody have said something significant. But I listened to Dr. Bropler and Conor and Herbert Gray. I think their comments I would share the same. I think both sides has some form of responsibility. The civilians and the police people. Police, they're in the uniform, so we expect them to exercise some form of restraint as they go around arresting people or holding people accountable. If you're there alone and you're in an area that is highly charged by citizens, you got to be careful. You have to ensure that you have at least some backup people to help you in situations, and don't go and make yourself vulnerable. But equally so, I think the citizenry as a whole, we need to get to the place where we're respecting the officers of the law. It's not a good thing that we keep showing that on the other side, the police are not being respected. Some of them are really trying their best. And some of the citizens, the least thing you can say, the least thing a policeman will say to a citizen aggravates them, and it creates a problem. But it starts also with our lawmakers. If you see lawmakers becoming lawbreakers, then what do you expect from ordinary citizens? So I think all of us, all Liberians, including the police people, the onus is upon both sides to be ensure to ensure that they respect the law, they do what the police say, and then they can have a redress later. But we on a whole, with some of the cases we've seen, I think that the high degree of disrespect to the police is just unacceptable. And my heart goes out to the family of what has happened. But I think this is something that Gregory Coleman should use as a form of training towards the police, so they can see some of these things that are happening and do a different job on how they arrest situations.
Cheers, Glendy. Thank you, Glendy. Vendetta, are you okay to talk? We want you to contribute. Vendetta Patrick, are you okay?
Looks frozen.
Okay, so we're going to move on, and whenever Vendetta is okay to come on, we'll bring him on. Let me play what the lawyer said today, the lawyer for the accused.
See, dragging the police officer on the vehicle.
Well, what if that is an accident, and there are elements that constitute murder? We believe that element were not met. Our client had no motive, had no intention to kill a police officer. And I'm personally in this case because this driver in question was a driver. He's a driver of me a while ago. So I know him, I know the character. Besides, from our own review and the comments he made, I do not see any element of murder. They are charging for murder. That's part of the reason why we requested for a preliminary examination. So they still can produce evidence that constitutes murder.
So, what did the client say when you first spoke to him following this incident?
Well, my client said it was an accident. He was parked at some point, and the police requested his lessons. He had given a ticket because he had been issued ticket earlier. But then the police told him that the ticket in question was already expired. So they told him to wait. But then another vehicle was ahead of him. So they were in discussion. The police were in discussion with the operator of that vehicle. And along the way, I think the police allowed the vehicle to leave. So it created that lane. So you were about to leave. When the officer jumped in from him, that's the narrative, right? That's the side the story gave us. And so he said to his surprise, he really heard the people.
Peace. To my brother Winfred Russell and Paul Kennedy and all of you that are watching us, we have some serious issue here. We do. And it rests on Gregory Coleman's shoulder. It does. Gregory Coleman should try to transition the Liberian National Police from a radical force into a communism policing. And every one of you, when we were doing criminal justice here at, Rutgers and Rowan University, that is now, when it was Burlington County College first, we were engaged with the police within our community, the township police. It's in every state. And you know that, Winfred. We went there, got in the police patrol car. We went around, they took us in the community. We had a great, interest in joining the police. They take you to the shooting range, you learn how to shoot, they took you around, and everything, it was good. We become police friendly. And the police will come, we'll meet at the Wawa, we talk, we laugh, we knew them. Even when they pull you over for minor stuff, like you didn't register your car, they say, but go ahead and take care of it. It was the community policing. The community were involved. But it is not like that today. And it wasn't like that during Jawea time either. We create a partisan policing. We create a partisan police, that we are only loyal to a party, not to a country. And that's the problem, Winfred. And that's the problem, Mr. Russell. If we can change our mindset and say we are representing the country, we are representing the people, where we're from, where we go back to eat and wine and dine with our fellow community individuals. And when we put on the uniform, when the people see us, they see us to be the brothers and the sisters. I have so many family in the police there. One of my family members, they were driving from Japan Freeway. He fell off the police truck. He broke his ribs. I called Gregory Coleman. Gregory personally went to JFK and made sure that he was okay. And Gregory remained on that case, not because of Stanton and Gregory and myself relationship, Russell, but because he felt that one of his officers got injured and he was present. Gregory got to change the mindset that when it comes to non-UPIs, they are not too much interested. Non-UPIs are Liberians. Seditions are Liberians, UPIs are Liberians, opposition, imposition, they are all Liberians. Look at King John. The police investigated themselves and said everybody was clear. You think it made the people of King John happy? Let's have some real talk here. Situation that involve police brutality. People boast around the lab, and the thing is an order of the day. At some instances, yeah, Gregory, but Gregory got to be more involved when it comes to community policing. Is the police short on cash? Do we need more training? Hell yeah, we do. We need more training. What happened today? Whether it was an accident or that driver had an intent to kill the police officer, we all should use this as a case study to get the community to be involved with the Liberia National Police in every depot, in every area in Liberia. They go across the national security apparatus in the country. And that's my point I want to make. No police officer should die in the hands of a civilian as a revenge, a retribution. No. But on the other hand, no civilian should die in the hands of a police officer and walk free. We should find a common ground. And the government shouldn't boast about this. The government shouldn't take that because CDC did it for 6 years and we should do it. If CDC did it, we're here to rescue. We don't want this thing happening in our country. Enough is enough. Parading the man on the street, guys, why would Gregory allow that? What Gregory trying to prove? That, yeah, take him on the street, on Broad Street, let people see him. No, that's not justice. He does have a right. You cannot do that. Take him to the court of law. Follow due process. And these are the things that are creating more problems in our country. Gregory needs to be in service. Gregory himself needs training. Gregory may not be there forever. How do you expect to leave the Liberia National Police? Let's try to not fractionalize this Liberia National Police. and say our time and we can do this and we fear less, we care less. We shouldn't do that. No civilian, no one civilian should harm any police officer. In the same way, no police officer should intentionally, willfully harm any one civilian and go free. The law should always be the law. And that's why we play Representative J. Mervyn Cole, his interaction with that police officer. And I condemn it. And he called me today and I told him again, I said, you were wrong. Allow the officer to do his job and move on. How long will we say this? And so when we end on this story, I beg every Liberians, if you're having an encounter with any one of the police officers, hold your peace and find your way to the Liberia National Police and file a complaint. And to the police officer too. This government will leave. The way you treat your people in the community will come back and haunt you. You will not be there forever. To every action, there is equal and opposite reaction. So therefore, we should all live according to the law and be law about it. And I hope Gregory is listening, and I hope the Liberia National Police can do better. You have no right. The court didn't find the man guilty. You have no right to parade him down the street. What are you trying to prove? You yourself breaking the law. May God save our state. And I hope we learn to govern ourselves accordingly, because Liberia is the only place for most of us. So we pray that you govern yourself well and you be police of the people, for the people, and by the people. Not just police because you think that it is your time. Your time will expire and you will have to answer to the people. And I think we should close on this one. Let's move on, guys.
Yeah. Stand up before we move on. I think there's some corrections that need to be made.
But let's move on. We got a squeezing issue. No.
It's just one correction, and I think that I will not go back on all of what has been said. A lot of things have been said.
Do you think parading the accused on the street was just?
Well, okay, and that's part of what I want to correct. I just spoke to an authority.
You spoke to an individual of the Liberia National Police, yeah.
Yeah, an authority at the Liberia National Police. And what I've been informed is that no, there was no parading of the suspect. Okay, and I think if you look at the video closely, I'm just sharing with you, with the audience, what I've been told, right? I'm not editorializing anything. I'm just sharing with you what I've been told. One, that the suspect was not being paraded. It was not on Broad Street. If you look at the video, you see Central in the back of the video. I'm told that he was being taken from Central, from the holding cell, to the Temple of Justice.
Is that how it usually works, though? That's how the transport.
That's what I'm told. So don't beat me on the head.
No. You are the messenger. You are the messenger, and I respect that. Whosoever said that to you, then we got to clarify better. Does that how it work? That they would take you from Central and walk you with 20, 40 policemen and civilians sinking behind you, taking you to court? Is that how it works? You want us to believe that if we don't live in Liberia, we never experience this thing?
Okay. So Stanton, the practice, apparently, they had him, and because of the sensitive nature of the case, when they picked him up and they had him at a holding cell at the police central station, he was taken from there. Now, the procedure of doing that, maybe that need to be revisited. But what happened today, the officer took him, and he had to be protected, and was taking him to the Temple of Justice, and the crowd came around, and people obviously taking pictures and all.
But you don't believe that story, man. You know.
Well,
30
it's not about,
seconds.
it's not about what I agree with or not. I'm just sharing with you.
Winfred, I agree.
I'm just sharing with you what I've been told.
Winfred, I respect that. I agree with what you are sharing with me. But you know yourself, so there is no police vehicle to even take him to Temple of Justice.
No, that's another story. But to say, Stanton, to say, and there were a number of panelists here who said that, to say, and we just picked it up, to say that he was being paraded or what is on Broad Street and permanently paraded is a whole different thing. And taken from one place to another. Okay, he was taken from one building to another building. He was not being paraded.
Okay, so God, hold on 1 minute. Let's play the video. I beg you, Mr. Russell, let's play the video. I beg you, Vandana, you will come. I beg you, sir. Mr. Russell raised some issue. I beg you. You gave us a few seconds. Let's play the video. The chanting, the singing, the amount of police escorting him. But listen now, Russell.
Okay.
The amount of police that are escorting him. You have so many police vehicles. They could have put him in one of those vehicles, put another vehicle behind like they usually do, and take him to the Temple of Justice. This was intentional. So let's play the video. So the question I want to ask you, Winfred, there were no police vehicle. There were no police vehicle to take in the Temple of Justice.
That's a good question. I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, that's a good question.
30 seconds.
Let me bring it. No, let's try to do
30 seconds.
Let's do justice with Vendetta Patrick. Let him speak, please. VP.
So, see, or in as much as I've been one of those that hail the current IG for the level of fear he has instilled in a society with reference to holding everyone accountable, the police and civilians. This one, in my mind, it undermines the tenets of democratic values and principles. It was wrong. I think the police overstepped their bound. There's something in policing they call pep walk. It's a process where the police, in group, they escort a suspect from one building to another. Then what happened? So from the Liberia National Police to the courthouse, you don't need vehicle. I mean, just from there, you can just walk. What made it very difficult was the chanting. Under our law, everyone is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence must be, it's a fundamental right for everyone, including a suspect. So the chanting display today it exposes the accused to public humiliation. It's a fundamental violation of human rights. So I don't think the police did well in that direction, in my mind. The presumption of innocence, a suspect is accorded with that right not to be publicly humiliated. I feel for him, he should not have done what he did. And I do understand, police are angry. What I can also say is the fact that Gregory has tried to discipline some of the police officers, including civilians on many occasions. We saw the case of a murder of a judge, assaulting the police officer to the extent police officers are recording. That nonsense can never take place in the US. Never. They will neutralize you in some instances. But I see the fear in the police because they are conscious about where their rights end and another person's right begins from there. I mean, it's unprecedented to see police officers, doing video. Oh, you see what a woman doing to me? And you see this and that. At the end of the day, the lady was arrested. We saw in the case of the Fuller woman. And when the RG said, you know what, we baking your go back and oh, the police compromise, subjected to, criminal prosecution. The police are doing their job, but sometimes they overstep their bounds. And that's why we encourage the Liberian National Police to weed out the bad ones. I will not say that here and stereotype the entire police force. There are some committed police officers. I have seen civilians honoring them. There was a police officer right over Muma. People bought bag of rice. They went to honor him because of his dedication. We got to give them some level of commendation. At the same time, what happened today, I think it was an abuse of human rights. I would not put it as a rights activist. The suspect was just being escorted by a single police officer to the court, escorting him, chanting behind him. I mean, you overstep the bound of the presumption of innocence. You introduce the suspect to public humiliation. That was wrong.
Thank you.
I think it should not be repeated. But to say the police force is not being transformed, I want to respectfully
Thank you very much.
Senator, please give me 30 seconds and please don't interrupt.
No, but listen, guys. So
Just
listen.
for 30 seconds.
Yeah. But listen,
Promise
guys.
me you're not going to interrupt.
No, but listen, Paul. Listen. It's 7:26. Most of us came on the show. Listen, Paul. Most of us came on the show very late, and I understand today is a basic day. But I will ask you to respect. Let's give everybody 1 minute to close on this, and please respect your 1 minute. We got one more story to go to before we leave. Paul, let's start with you. Your 1 minute.
Well, thank you for increasing the 30 seconds to 1 minute. So the procession of the individual to this from the police station to the court with the chant and all of that is considered and seen as a parade. So yes, indeed, there was a parade, and it was humiliating to a Liberian citizen that is a suspect before he's been convicted, But having said that, I think the police under the Inspector General, Gregory Coleman, has seen a lot of improvement. In fact, as we speak to you, there is a signed memorandum of understanding between the university, Cardinal University, and the Liberian National Police. They began with 45 students. 20 of them, 15 of them, 25 of them are from the police in service, and 20 of them are Liberians who are just intentionally wanting to be part of the police. They are going to be trained for 4 years in various social sciences, criminal justice, and all of that. And they will be coming back to serve the Liberian government through the police. We got 30, the Liberian National Police have 30 more that are currently on their way to Rwanda. They just completed that a few days ago, all in line of training the police. Listen, Stanton, some of the police people we see now come from far back in different segments. They were recruited and have never gotten certain kind of training. What Connor Coleman is doing now is trying to ensure that a lot of these police people get trained. So
thank you very much, Paul.
There are some bad apples and bad oranges, but we can't shove all of this on Gregory's head. He's doing the best he can do. Thank you.
Paul Kennedy, thank you very much. Connor Gray, your 1 minute, sir.
Stanton, no matter how you endear to move into community policing, CPI, you're not going to stop people from armed robbing. You're not going to stop people from stealing or committing crime. Community policing will not stop the law enforcement from executing enforcing the law if somebody commits crime. So it's just one step of, yes, getting in the closer to your community, but some of those things can be highly interactive. So yeah, I'm sure the Liberian National Police has a community policing unit that goes out into the community to try to sell the function of the police. I'm pretty sure. Equally so, if this is a regular transit area for people who are presumed who are charged with crime to the court, then what they do normally, they use a secure corridor that links probably the police and the court. That corridor is only accessible by law enforcement or people within the court officers and so on and so forth. So they will transport somebody who will not see them, not openly, because safety comes first. There are lots of upgrading the police needs to embark on. There are so many other loopholes I see. Even the fact of running behind, chasing behind a vehicle or standing in front of a vehicle. Those are all 19th century kind of way of policing. You have to upgrade the standard of policing, especially in a country like ours where it requires so much energy to enforce the law. You have to keep yourself safe first before you think about others, because your duty is to stop people from disrespecting, disobeying the law. So if you ask me, the police needs lots of upgrade, even when attacked. How many times have you seen our police, using other weapons to neutralize the person other than, live bullets? Lots of things involved. So if you ask me, that should be the focus now, as opposed to just,
Thank
deadly
you.
force that will involve life and property. My brother.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brother Greg. One for Russell, let's hear you.
Well, I think we have said a lot about this issue. Don't want to belabor the point. I was just offering clarification based on what was shared with me, and I decided to share with the audience and share with you all that there was no intention to quote unquote parade the suspect, and I do agree. He writes me to be protected, and he's innocent until proven guilty. There needs to be, we need to revisit different protocols of how suspects are transported. No question about it. But I think to give the impression that the police were the ones that were chanting or encouraging the chanting, I don't think that was the case. I think it organically happened, but I do agree with Conor Gray and all of what everyone has said. I don't think anyone has said anything wrong. I think we're all saying the same thing, but in different ways. Even in Minnesota, if you remember when George Floyd was killed, all the police officers who were involved, because of all of the raw emotion that was taking place at the time, those guys were fully protected. They were wearing bulletproof vests and all of that. That's how you do, right? So there's no question about it. We have a lot of room for improvement. And, as Paul said, there are a lot of great things that are happening with the police. We're working with the police, through Brooklyn Park Police, Atlanta Police. Rwanda, Cottington, they're doing a lot of training. But would there be mistakes? There would definitely be mistakes. But I think Dr. Brookler talked about it, and Glenn did too as well, and others probably, that I think the critical piece here is respect for the rule of law, respect for our law enforcers. We saw what happened with Representative Cole and all of that. Those things don't need to be happening. We shouldn't have a situation like that. Do the police need more training? Definitely. Do they need more resources? Definitely. Is Gregory Coleman doing a fabulous job? Of course he is. But there's still room for improvement. That doesn't mean that, that we cannot improve some things. There's a lot of room for improvement. But the police brutality is wrong. We need to call it out when it's there. And these things are happening all the time. We need to address them, provide the resources and the support to Gregory Coleman and the Liberian National Police to do better. When they do wrong, we need to hold them accountable. No question about that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me ask a question. Have you seen the report of Kenjo?
If I've seen the report of Kenjo?
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen the report of Kenjo. What about it?
Do you think the police were right to investigate themselves and exonerate themselves?
after killing all those Liberians over there? Do you think the measure at Kinjal was appropriate?
What I do think, Stanton, is that the police need all of the resources. The Liberian National Police needs a lot of the resources to do a better job. We need a lot of
So
training.
when it comes to police killing civilians, then they need all of the resources.
It is wrong.
To
I said
do a
police
better job.
brutality is wrong. But there's
Yeah, but that's what I'm
here.
saying to you. When it comes for police, when it comes for police, when it comes for police, well, listen, I'm not yet defending a civilian killing police. It should never happen. When I'm guilty, let you go to jail. But we shouldn't cherry pick the conversation. We shouldn't cherry pick the conversation. Yeah, and that's where I'm coming from. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm not cherry picking the conversation.
And I don't think Gregory should radicalize the Liberian National Police and make the Liberian National Police a partisan police. That when people see them on the street, let me finish. Okay, but you finish. Let me finish.
It's not a partisan police. I disagree.
That's what we do on the show, right? You will have the chance to speak on your turn, right? But there should be no way that Patrick Sudu, we blame him for doing the same thing that Gregor Kuman is doing. We did. I understand that the police need more money. But when police cause problem and kill a civilian and beat people and break the law, then we go in our corner and say police need more resources. And that's wrong. Most of us that support and defend this police, we know that they need more resources. But we shouldn't use that as a stepping stone, as a shield to protect them. And that's my argument. If the police wrong, they are wrong. We should tell them. They got enough money, by the way. The budget was increased. They got enough money. And we'll talk about how they mismanaging the money. Then maybe the Liberian people will know. But
don't take what I'm saying out of context. But what I've said it openly.
But you think you're gonna break time, though.
That police officers who are misbehaving and hurting and killing people, they need to be put in jail. They need to be held accountable. Period. There's no equivalency here. I'm not suggesting that. When did you ever see that? You say that police.
But brother Russell, you are interrupting Akara's great time, my man.
Sorry, go ahead.
We're having a conversation, yeah. Thank you, Akaris.
Yeah, Stan, the reason why I've been quiet and you're observing. Interestingly, I worked in the government for 12 years. The police have always been sent out almost every year. Police officers are sent to different countries. The last time I flew with some police officers, they were going to Egypt for training. Interestingly, when President Weah arrived, I interacted. The female police officer that was standing right at the entrance in the white shirt. She was one of those that the government sent to Egypt. She struck a very important point, Stanley. The current output of the police is more rebellious, aggressive. This is the highest time that you are seeing civilians and police fighting on the sidewalk almost every day. This is the highest time that you have seen that. You talk about confidence building with the police and the civilians is very important. The police that should be our friends. Imagine the ordinary people were cheering the AFL against the police the other day. Doesn't that send a strong message about the behavior of the police? That the AFL was being cheered against police officers. Like I said, I'm one of those who disbelieve. A police officer put a slap in my ears, I will never retaliate. I believe that nobody should fight a police officer, no matter the action of the police officer. But can you get justice against a police officer under this arrangement? That's the question. A child was shot in Broadway. You know the story. One RIA rule. People were killed in Kinjal. Like you said, no independent investigation. People have been brutalized. International report has shown concrete evidence of extrajudicial killing by the police. Nothing has happened. Some people believe that they must take the law in their own hands, which is unfortunate. It should not be. I condemn that. Any day, any time. I hope the police will advise its officers to stop standing in front of cars. Because, Paul, I'm telling you something serious. I saw the police officer, he jumped in front of a vehicle, a taxi. The guy was going to kill the police officer with his eye out of shot. You were going to kill him because the guy was moving the police officer, because the police officer was stopping the guy. The guy didn't stop, he just jumped in front of the car. See that other disgraceful picture of a police officer on the car who people going live and laughing, the police officer just holding it. That is unethical. That is unethical. The same place, the same terrain that the incident just occurred, that is young police officer that were on the land of duty, a patriot in my mind. That the same area the guy pushed the ball from the chalk area there, the motor ball. Right there, for Johnson Street going down to the new bridge, Gabriel Tucker Bridge. The same vicinity. The issue of extorting money from passengers, the drivers, and all of those things, we have to stop it. We need a training program even for the drivers. And that interaction within the police is very important. That confidence, but that interaction is so important. But sometimes you put it right for it. Today, not because I'm a sedition, but you have in one gallery here, you see the police will run there as if to say something terrible going to happen. You will see they will bring a whole police station there. The police has manifested itself into partisan police, the hierarchical structure of the police. I'm not discussing the ordinary police officer on the sidewalk. Not just the police, but almost the national security apparatus to a greater extent have become more partisan. Look at the issue of the rape. Let me just less than 10 seconds. Look at the rape case. You arrested someone, you put about a minister. You say you're waiting for DNA tests because you're campaigning together. Let's be realistic, gentlemen. Training is not all to it, but the modus operandi, that daily activities, interaction of the leadership and the instruction to the police. We need to build a relationship.
Let's bring that up, Boblet, and guys, we've got 18 more minutes to go. Dr. Boblet, please, can you close up on this, sir?
Stanton, we have mentioned earlier, I think it was you, about community, or one of the panelists maybe. Greg may be transitioning the police to community policing, but he has not done nowhere close to enough. There are different things you can do for community policing. It's very important. Stanton, a disproportionate number of our police officers are simply escorts. Escorts does nothing for public safety in Liberia, and too many of them are simply escorts. Community policing is important. Putting police in the community, it not only keep it safer, but you build relationships. And when you build relationship with people, people learn to respect the officer more. Officer develop the temperament to deal with people. And then they don't have to, get in these confrontational things. So that's very important. The other thing that's very important is there needs to be sensitization training at government agencies. I mean, seriously, you don't need a whole conference. You need a little 2-hour workshop, 1-hour workshop, that those who serve in the public, you have an obligation, okay, to represent your office and the government and people well. Don't disrespect the police. Then with the police, there needs to be integrity and service training. Not huge things, but you can do the 1-hour training in different parts of the city or around the country, telling them the value, the immeasurable worth of integrity and service, that you don't have to beg for $1. You don't have to harass people. Give me your license. They got to be probable cause. You can't just be stopping people when they go into work just because you didn't get something. The police in Ghana don't do what we do here. Compare the salaries, please. This thing can't all be about money. So we train our police officer one group at a time, one location at a time, and then we keep training those who work for government, especially middle, upper level. Because those are the ones who shout at police all the time, and when the police say go this side, they go this side. So when we start to respect the police, and when we start to encourage the police to be professional and not run after people unnecessarily, we start to see a difference in how the community interacts with the police. We'll get better results. Again, we don't want these situations that took the life of a young officer. We want better days, and they're possible. Community policing is the way forward, and we got to be intentional about it. Put the police in the community. Thank you, Chief.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Boblet. Lenny, you want to finish up on this, please?
Senator, I think there is no excuse of the there's a saying that excuse something with the excuse of the law is something, but I want to say that everyone has a responsibility. The police have a responsibility. The civilians have a responsibility. We cannot continue to justify what is being done and make it seem like there is no relationship between the police and the civilian, or there's a high amount of disunity with the police and civilians and all of that. We want the community to be safe. The police people have to exercise some form of restraint, and of course, there's training. That there's some work being done, but is it significant? It may not be significant, but there are some things that I believe that the police bosses or Ajikoma have put in place. There's some work that's being done, and we see that. So we have to be able to also comment on those things that they've done. That's good, but there's still more work to be done. Equally so, the civilians also have a responsibility. When you're right here, you're watching a lawmaker speak so disrespectfully of the police and treat them with disrespect. And then you're talking about the citizens. So all around, people need to change their attitude, the way of approach, the way of interaction, and that rests upon both citizens and the police force. What happened should not have happened, but there are other things that are happening. The last time we saw how policemen too, and sometimes the police too, they're putting themselves at risk. Jumping behind somebody with care. That person beat the police up several punches and ran away. 2 or 3 days later, he was arrested. These things should not be happening. Even as the bystanders, when some of these things are happening, they should also intervene and stop it. They should not be there encouraging the riot to continue to convene. They should stop that. But I don't think the police should be held responsible 100%. I think we, all of us, own a part of what is going on in our country, and it will take all of us to speak truth to power, to say what is going on, so that what is happening changes. And I think
Lenny, thank you.
Needs training, but the civilians too need to do better.
Thank you very much, Glenn. You see, there are a few days, for the past 2-3 days, Winfred Russell will come with a police story, we'll discuss it. I mean, it's a good thing, right? And we are not being personal here, but this rests on Gregory Comer's shoulder. I like what Glenn said. It's very unique, right? The report from Kenjo, they had an independent investigation. The report is with the president. As of today, the Liberian people don't know nothing. What was the conclusion? I mean, you just got to sit there and understand. He wanted people to appreciate the police. Gregory is just trying, of course he is, but he can do better. And in doing better, he should take out the partisan hat. He should get all of that thing that belong to the Unity Party. No, you're working for the Liberian people. In doing better, he should be transparent. He shouldn't cherry pick because he brought his friends in the Liberian National Police. Some of his friends are armed robbing investors. And when it came to his desk, it was a problem for him to make a decision. They don't let us to go talking. Look at Liberian National Police, Gregory Comer's on the car, like Glenn was saying. Let's watch the video. Then we're bringing our brother from Della Patrick. Look at the police. Look, you see, there are some of the things that are happening. He dead because the woman cannot stop, so he on the car who? Or maybe because they didn't give him $20. I mean, can you imagine? And he talking to the woman because you gave him a little money. It's like what he's saying, I don't know. That's an embarrassment. So shit, yeah, there's a police officer that's a female. Say you stop me. And everybody hustling. Can you write that down, Winfred Russell and Senator Gregory, please? Can you take that? Can you write it down, Senator Gregory, please? Let's hear from you for Della Patrick.
So, you know, being a police officer in Liberia is almost like you are a footballer. You either play far, get red card, yellow card, send you off, or somebody play you far, they get yellow card, red card. But the police itself needs discipline. Like I always say, we cannot stereotype the entire police force because there are some professional officers. I'll give you an example on the bypass. I was going for a meeting, you know, on my point one time. So when I start, the car just, for no reason, just up the road. So I start. King said, driver license, I gave it to him. Registration, I gave it to him. But I must say that he was really pissed drunk. I could smell the alcohol. So I told him, I said, get in the car. We drove around the old orange headquarters. I told him, I said, you know who I am? I'm going to take you to the Liberia National Police. You know you're not supposed to drink. And you're in uniform. You're not supposed to do that. CEO, as I speak to you, that man, liquor clear from his eyes.
You told him that he's supposed to drink?
Yeah, he's not supposed to do that. He said, my man, you grab me. The first thing the man started saluting me. So I said, promise me, I will always pass here. I want you to be completely different. I say, you know, you can be police IG one day. I say, you know how many person carry your body? We talk like brothers and sisters. Today, he's my best friend. In fact, he called me the other day. He said, I'm no longer drinking, young man. So with me, we talk, but I'm not going to disclose his name. Sometimes I want to encourage the police boss. No, Gregory, 102, Nelson Freeman, Mr. Moluba, disguise yourself some days. Wear plain clothes like ordinary, sit down behind taxi. I'll let you driving around, you looking for passenger, let you ordinary taxi driver. Go to the various area where your men can harass people and experience, see first-hand information. You have a clear picture. If I were a police boss, I would not lie to you. Every week, I will get one taxi. I will drive the ordinary people. I will be in boss to observe. I will be on motorbike. You catch them. The police also need to introduce the honor code system in the country. Because many of us in the traffic, we violate. So that system needs to be introduced in DC. One day I was late for work. I was speeding. You won't believe when I saw the singer behind me, front and back. I said, oh my God, they grabbed me today. That was not police car, undercover car. When the man introduced himself to me, I almost disappeared. It just that I didn't have the gate. I will get disappeared because that was the first time I was pulled over by an undercover car. We need to this is not just for traffic regulation, but to fight crime. But everybody coming, whoa, 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 people. They say police people coming. Get an undercover car. It can be motorbike, it can be taxi, it can be different. You will be able to monitor and arrest some of those who are spoiling the name of the police. How do you get these information? You can talk to institutions, build networks, go to those big companies. Because when anything happens in some of those areas, I mean, you can support. But they need to leave that they are big vehicles They disguise themselves, ride motorbike, get in a taxi. Sometimes it's not just about suspending them. Sit down with them and talk to them. You know, you can reform somebody just by.
Thank you.
So, I mean, the police is doing a good job. Let me conclude on this. The police, and I don't want to sit there to stereotype them. They are underpaid. Some of them don't take more than $300. We know how hectic it is. But what I have seen recently is that some of them are cleaning the new uniforms. Oh my God! I think if they continue,
let's move on. We got 5 more minutes. Thank you, my brother VP. Thanks to all of you for discussing the Liberia National Police issue. More work needs to be done. We celebrate them when they are doing the right thing, and we will chastise them when they are doing the wrong thing. This is the best and very, very helpful for our country. You know, we're supposed to be discussing Adaman Sharif. The GSC report came up. We will hold that for tomorrow. Adaman Sharif is the man I was serving during the time of one captain up to present as chief financial officer. He built a couple of homes, right? When he got into government, we have the pictures of those homes, and we'll be sharing those photos with you guys tomorrow. New development on this audit report. The GSC put out the audit report and that of the IAA. I mean, it's just getting increasingly worse for Adaman Sharif. But the question remains, why is Mohammed Sharif, the MD for the LEC, right? Why is he so adamant that he's going to hire Adaman Sharif or Adam Sharif? I mean, that's a big issue here. And not only he's going to keep Adam Sharif, he's going to also hire Mamaka Belete brother. We will be discussing this issue. We got a lot of documents to share with you tomorrow. We'll be discussing this issue because it is concerning. The work of LEC is getting to be a serious concern. The board is in disagreement with Mohammed Sharif. Mohammed Sharif said he can only listen to the president and not the board. What's going on? That's another LDC crisis, and we'll discuss it tomorrow. The issue about Gafwan saying that he's happy that the ECF is coming through the IMF to Liberia. Oh, Liberia credit is extended. People can go and credit money now. The government will credit because IMF have extended that to $210 million. But then I will go back to what Dr. Bobler always say. We were asking for a reform from this government. Gafwan is not a reformist. Gafwan is not even coming close. Gafwan is celebrating borrowing money from IMF. Seriously? What about this money that going all of our country? 871 million. Now, obviously increasing number. This is 2023. 2024 was worse. $871 million in iron ore. 393 million in special purpose shipping. 200 in gold. 871 million. Iron ore 393 million. Special purpose ships 276 million. 196 million in passenger and cargo ship. Rubber 195 million. This total is 1.9 billion in change that left our country. Where did it go, my friend? While Gafwan is at the 9th floor putting together his campaign meeting and celebrating IMF extending the credit limit for Liberia to 210 million. Look at the number here. Switzerland is getting $708 million. United Kingdom, 306 million. France, 197 million. Germany, 155 million. And Lebanon, 105 million. But yet and still, Gafwan want Liberian to believe that we are just okay being a beggar, begging IMF, begging World Bank, asking to borrow money when we are sitting on the God-given natural resources that can empower our country financially. Where is the wisdom? And should we sit and be quiet with this? I disagree. Like I said before to you all, the SSF company will pay the debt almost $9 million. The kickback, as alleged, given to Gafwan and his team, will be revealed. A lot of people call me to ask me for this document. I've been very, very careful. Was it appropriate to pay the debt to SSF, the road company? Why? After the president have called for a meeting and the meeting was ignored and Gafwan went ahead to pay those people. Our country is in a troubling time, folks. So let's run down the line. What we do our closing on this one. This is double July. We have the document on Double Jala. Double Jala's trip to Spain that he didn't attend. After 6 months, he ate the money. He came back to pay the money. But yet and still, he dismissed 46 workers of LRA. Double Jala was caught eating the DSA money, but he had the audacity to fire the 46 worker because they had insurance scam. Who should be leaving LRA? Who? Who should really be leaving LRA? What's going on with our country, my friend? How can a Double Jala eat a DSA money? So much was the DSA money? To go to Europe, he didn't go, he ate the money. When they said we're going to blow alarm, he said, let me pay after 6 months. We have other individuals we can announce to you that took trip. I can tell you 100%, our sources informing us, the money that wasn't used, they returned it to LRA. They came on the trip. They didn't use all the money because some of them stopped with family member. They went back, they gave the money back. Under this government, we should celebrate them. But Double Jala will not give the money back. He didn't attend, he ate the money. Isn't that corruption? Isn't that corruption? Then what is it? If that is not massive corruption, then what is it? So we're just going to just put it up and you, librarian, you can decide. And these are the people that are sitting there telling you, say, pay your taxes. To do what? To eat your taxes. Mr. Cummings will be joining us on Sunday. We ask you to tune in. It will be powerful. It will be something that you have never seen before. By God's grace, we will ask Mr. Cummings the question, and Mr. Cummings will answer. So we ask you again. Mr. Cummings will be joining us, and tomorrow, the 2nd, he will be going to see you on Kerry Street for an interactive engagement. Have you forgotten Joe, the man that building the $10 million complex in Lofa, standing with the yellow machine, $84 million marketability? Have you forgotten? We're just going to remind you. We got a lot to discuss, so we hope we can get to it. Somebody tell Russell not to be bringing up the story there. We're finished talking to it today. You shouldn't bring it up again tomorrow. I think Russell is bringing a topic here that we shouldn't discuss on our topic. So he take us away. And I think that I'm suspecting that people are telling Russell to do this continuously. But we'll catch him. Russell, you know I'm playing with you. Let me bring in this guy. This is a breaking news. Russell, you talked about J. Melvin Cole yesterday. He will be running against Prince Moyi. J. Melvin Cole said he will be running to become a senator for Bum County. He is running against Prince Moyi. He will not run for his current seat. He's going to leave that open, and he will be running in the senatorial race against Prince Moyi for Bum County. He expected to be on the show maybe tomorrow to announce it to the nation. And again, I don't know why, but he said he will obtain the highest vote in Bum County as a representative. And therefore, he has the strength and the backing of his people to run against Prince Moyi. That's a big one. That's a very, very big one. I want to say thanks to all of you. Let's wrap this thing up. Let's close. We couldn't get to the story here about this bishop in Lofa and the individual in Lofa, the university, the LDCC grab him. I think this is him, grab him, charge him. But now the president still keeping him there. He's guilty. They took him to court for embezzlement. But President Walker is still keeping out of the university. I hope we can have time to discuss it more. And another story that came up concerning the Supreme Court Chief Justice, son, resigning within 1 week. He resigned after we listened to his father saying he did the right thing to recommend his son. You can take anyone you want to take, right? And I will leave you with the front page newspaper. Chief Justice made the first misstep by recommending his son. But today, his son resigned. Let's close the show, guys. We're going to give you the chance, Vendetta Patrick. You go first before your internet goes off.
Yeah, so thank you. Oh my God. You know, you will live long. You'll get plenty of children, grandchildren. That's my my blessing. But I think fundamentally, this country can do better. Both opposition and the government, they coexist. Imagine if there was no opposition. people will just do things on their own and they will be untouchable. But the presence of opposition, keeping the government feet on the fire, like what General Gray does, what we do, and everybody to ensure that the government delivers on its responsibilities. Reference to the police, I want to re-emphasize that the presumption of innocence by all law enforcement officers in the Republic of Liberia is a fundamental human right, must be respected. That parade, in my mind, was wrong, very unnecessary. The police is trying to reform, trying to detoxify, the overzealous behaviors of some of our police officers. When I see a police officer trying to exercise restraint, in some instances, to the extent they are doing video recording as an evidence, so that in return, civilians who violate the rights of the police can be penalized, I see that we are moving somewhere. At the same time, the fight against corruption, the president got to be very clear. One of the things that made the CDC to leak power, when these things were brought out, there were no prompt actions. And people look at it to be like, oh, the president not serious. Collective guilt in this country. It has hurt a lot of people. You can be the best leader in your ministry or agency. The fact that the government will be stigmatized, that collective guilt will go against you. And sometimes you pay for sin you did not commit. So we're encouraging the government. There were others yesterday, they were only accused of corruption. And you ask them to take the back door, suspended them. Other people are being indicted. The president must take action. There's no small crime, there's no big crime. But overall, I think we are moving in the right direction, or we will move in the right direction if we collectively try to project an image of this country, that this country can be better. For me, I always say, I know a lot of people some people may disagree with me. Liberia is a beautiful place. If we can develop this country, we don't need to be in Europe. Some are always in Europe, different countries. We live there, we saw how other people live. People wanted to come back. You work, you don't know where the money goes. You pay bills, you pay bills, you pay bills. Sometimes you are not respected. So for me, I really want to see our country moving in the right direction. It hurts me. And the government has to work on the issue of employment, youth employment. And the Ministry of Finance, and I think this budget year, the ministry must consider putting more money for youth employment. You can build all the roads. If these people are not employed, the road will be useless in their minds. Because you build a road, they are not going there, nothing. They try to have some quick impact employment. For these young people, when Taylor was president, in conclusion, Taylor took over. Many of these young people never had skill. He brought what they call YODA, youth for development and productivity. Everybody knows that. Most of these young ex ex-combatants, they could go to work $50 per month, $75, $35. At least there was a source of income. Can this government do that to people? I think that would be the best thing. We encourage the finance minister to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandela Patrick. Thank you very much. Dr. Copeland?
We're closing, right?
Yes, sir.
We're closing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, so again, I just want to re-emphasize that sometimes obstacles present opportunity. So the unfortunate situation that we see and we experience, especially with the police, that's where I really want to talk about, present an opportunity for us to improve police service and to improve the public's treatment of police. starting with government officials. So there's an opportunity. When these things happen, I think we need to address it with a plan. And there's an opportunity for IG Coleman and the leadership to address it with a plan. Look, yes, what we're going to be doing moving forward. And it shouldn't just be a Monrovia based thing. It may emanate from here, but it should be a 15 counted thing. So then over time, we begin to see police differently, treat police differently. And by so doing, we'll prepare a new police force that treat its citizens different and treat its citizens better. I think we have an opportunity. But if we make the error of doing what we've been doing, then we'll keep getting what we've been getting. And that would not be healthy. We know better, we got to do better. And I think we can start now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bookler. Well, Akaros, let's hear you.
Yo, interesting country, interesting people. Last year, Stanton, a police officer was allegedly killed by a truck driver. Last year. The truck driver got ran because of mob justice. They got him arrested. What did the police do with him? You need to think about that. The police officer ran wearing Ignat school. The truck driver, people believe that it was deliberate. Called mob action, got and ran over. Police arrested him. What's the special interest in this case? We need to go beyond. Don't just have to focus on the surface. There is an interest. Justice should be justice for all. What happened to that police officer? The family also reached out to us, reached out to me tonight. That a family they believe was murder. But probably he didn't have a connection. Or that interpersonal relationship or family relationship is not there. But with the other police officer, there is a link. That's why this case is treated with all the emotions. That the police hierarchical structure went to the spot to carry flower, to sympathize. But this one, when it happened, the truck driver that allegedly killed that police officer, the same thing was not attached to that. The same sentiments, the same emotion. Where is he? The police needs to answer that question. Preferences, when you lead an institution, should be the same. Once it's not the same, or because you think you get special interpersonal relationship with a particular family member of an officer, so you take it so serious as compared to the other police officer. This is unfair. This is cherry picking. This is not good for the morale of the police. 2 police officers also reached out to me on this subject matter tonight. They are also concerned about that other police officer, why the same treatment was not given. That's a divide in the entity itself. On the issue of the guy who building the guy who has the museum company that building the $10 billion on Stanton. President Boyka is expanding his home now to Riyadh. They have paid over $300,000 US for the extension. That spot, that adjacent, where the zinc now, they have closed up the place. The president bought that place and he's building a place there now to extend his fence and extend his compound into that. Just how we broke this news about this 10 million, they brought the area, other area. Take the camera right there. Take the camera, you will see what I'm talking about, where they used to sell the blocks. Right near the president's house there. That area adjacent, that extension.
not in the cave, but the straight road on the side of his horse. That is, they are standing in that place. The same young guys involved into that construction. They put in the materials, everything into that place. We got the video. We got the evidence. We have the pictorial evidence. If you condemn something yesteryears, you cannot come to repeat history. You cannot come to do the same. The president said he has not suspended or dismissed anyone or due process. What is the due process? Or the report? Is it the due process? Or someone complained someone and all of people got dismissed from the central bank, for example, they asked them, you have to step aside. From the LTA, for example, from local, Suakoko, for example, but there's a guy who contributed, part of the contribution to President Burger Foundation Healthcare, $150,000 in assets dollars, the president of the Lofa University. There is an indictment. There's a report of corruption. That's the due process. But he still remains in the system. He has not been suspended. He has not been dismissed. That cherry picking. That's selective justice. We cannot run the country like this. It's unacceptable. This is not what people fought for. To unseat other administration, the transformation is very important. All of the things you catalog today, the LEC, you got documents that I've seen, that you've seen. Between 2023 to 2024, see what someone did. And access recovery looking for places. That is a thing. Access recovery looking for places, that is a thing. People come to government and pretending that if to say they come as liberators. But they have come to loot, steal, and destroy. Let me repeat. They've come to loot, they've come to steal, and they come to destroy this country. This is not the country with the level of hardship, the level of suffering on the pavement of the Republic of Liberia. The issue of selective justice, the treatment given to workers, land ministries, and agencies. GAFWAN, the rescuer, needs to be rescued. The economic program and policy are rapidly failing the country. You're diverting state resources, money that should be used for specific function. Water and sewer come and say, oh, we'll buy chairs. NPA come and say, we'll buy chairs. But NPA is not contributing to the budget. How are they contributing? They defaulted. The law said garnish whatsoever revenue they generate. Garnish that account. LRA, double jala. How in the world you will take DSA? You don't travel. You eat it. When you're not traveling, they give you that DSA. In fact, you should make sure that you're traveling, but just in case there was an emergency, you should have reported it immediately. But you take over 3 to 6 months, you're in 6 months. From what I read, it's an allegation of 6 months. Then you say, I will pay the money back. That corruption. The LRA is an integral institution. That's why the appointed officials are given tenure authority. Because it's an integral institution. Double Jana, you know about Yoto, Amin Modan.
We're all going to get 5-6 minutes, right, Stanton? You forgot about this guy? He's been talking 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, but don't interrupt him now. You can have
7 minutes. Then we'll come to us, then you give him 1 minute.
You don't interrupt him. You don't interrupt him. You got to give the man chances.
Stanton.
If you want more minute, don't interrupt the man. You can have the whole night. I'm not going anywhere. You will talk. Don't interrupt him.
You're not going to do it. You know you're not going to do it.
No, I'm here. You will talk. I'm signaling him to stop. I put my hand up.
Let's move ahead.
Why you always want to fight with your cousin and carry screamer, man?
Because he doesn't know how to speak. Let's move ahead.
Okay, no, you will not move ahead. Let him talk, my man.
Stanton, thank you for the privilege. Stanton, this is a level of intolerance. Even among senior level officials of government and other people in the country. Some people have said the words about us, but our skin should be thick. Sometimes some people are giving dispensation on the show. We talk, they say, you give them the dispensation. It's your authority to provide that. But Stanton, this is what we are talking about. That the country is so divided that people, when you speak truth to power, you become enemy. The country is retrogressing. Even that the Bobla who want to show you today is embarrassed. Believe me today, that my old man here, he liked the regime, he liked President Boyka. See, sometimes even when something happens, he say, people should know their responsibility. But these are the most educated people in the country. These are the best. It's said that they are the creme de la creme of the Liberian society. But look at the country today. Look at the economy of the country.
So let's move on. Great man, let's move on, please. I want to say thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, great man. Let me bring in my brother, Paul Kennedy. Talk to us. Great, you got to stay on. Don't run away, man. Anytime you talk, you leave.
I'm not running away. It's just that other people, you know, when you say the verse.
And so, Stanton, thank you. Great man, let me talk small too now. You've been talking for 8 minutes. But let me talk small. You know, a friend of mine, Leo Nupolo Johnson, always say, let it sink in. So I'm going to follow his trend tonight to say a couple of things that should sink into us Liberians. The World Bank 2024 estimate that Liberia GDP by 2024 was 4.75 billion. Of that 4.75 billion, 1.9 billion Stanton just catalog all the ways leaving the country. So that leaves us with only 2.85 billion circulating in the country domestically to support jobs, to support businesses. In practical terms, the leakage of the GDP percentage, that almost 40% of our country national GDP, only 60% is remaining in country to take care of healthcare, education, and contribute to other things we are doing. That's less than 2/3 of what that could support local development. Of that, the current standard of living in Liberia, Stanton, will continue to be difficult. This is not a rocket science. I am not an economist, but the little accounting and economics I did in health management is informing me to be able to make this analysis. If 40% of your country GDP is leaving and going outside, 1.9 billion is leaking and going outside, Stanton, your country can never be developed. Never. You can go and fast and pray 7 days a week, 9 weeks a month. I don't know how many months until you can stop the leakage. It's like you're putting the water in the bucket trying to fill it, Stanton. If that bucket is leaking at the rate of which you are filling it, that bucket can never get filled. That's exactly what's happening to Liberia. So I think this is a wake-up call for us who are in public management in Liberia. If we really love the people in the country, we need to put a stop to the leaking economy. We need to stop all of that 1.9 billion that is going out to see how we can concentrate it in the country to keep it there. I mean, Ghana just increased her gold reserve, 3.2 billion in 2 years. Right now, Ghana is holding 3.2 billion in gold reserve. Liberia got all that gold coming out of Bapolo and River Cess. What plan do we have as a country to actually reserve some of that gold so that it can subsidize our development? It can even liquidate our currency value to make sure that the inflation is decreased. I'm not an economist, and I don't pretend to be one, but this is simple logic. Why are we administering a country and saying we're coming to manage a country that is perpetuating our people into poverty? But you see people, they are taking trips. Just this year alone, The government has taken over 5 different trips out of the country. Why are we doing that? Why are we not stopping the leakage? And we are pretending that nothing is happening in our country. Stanton, this is time that we need to begin to look at these things because our people are suffering. And you know who's feeling most of the pinch? Us who sit in the diaspora. I can tell you how many telephones we can get coming to us. In fact, some of the people that ask you, you say you don't have money, they get mad with you. They say they meant me. You say, now America, we ask him. He said, you're not doing it. But you honestly just telling them your situation, Stanton. It is sad that we have our people suffering and some of us are not able to help them to the rate at which they want to help, to be helped. Government has not created the kind of job that needed to be created to sustain our people. But you got $1.9 billion of our country money leaving and going to Switzerland that is also already rotting rich. Switzerland is one of the richest countries in the world. Why are we allowing our gold to be purchased there? So we need to really come back, Stanton, and recollect to see how can we help. They just held a diaspora engagement forum. I can tell you another one that was in Minnesota. Everybody in that room, you can put them, they cannot produce 20 million. Everybody who got invited to that program do not have the investment capital portfolio to do business in Liberia. How do you hold a diaspora forum and you only invite Liberian businesses? No disrespect to the Liberian businesses, but where are the foreign counterparts that we are trying to utilize their money? And then they mention on that dancing that we can credit more money from IMF. Government should be ashamed of himself. And I said this here before the other day. Government is only seen as an economic czar because Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was doing all her work when you were Minister of Finance under the first United Party government. Government does not have the ingenuity it takes and the innovation to run the country finance department. So you get there sitting down, making checks and paying people and not thinking about economic policies that will make our people to do well economically. Shame on him. I don't know this guy from anywhere. And I'm speaking to the issues here tonight, not to him as a person. So we really need to call this back and see how our people can do well, Stanton. That is the point I want to raise tonight. Our people are suffering too much, and they really need to pay some attention. And this government who's supposed to rescue them needs to pay some attention to that and start traveling all around the world. Because every time they travel, they are taking at least $250,000 in their travels out of the country. That's $40 million.
Over 400,000 was spent for this trip.
So they just need to stop and really come back to see how they can put some remedies together, Stanton, to stop our people from suffering. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to say tonight.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Thank you very, very much. Let's hear from Akaris. Not Akaris, I'm sorry, from our brother Conor Gray. Conor Gray?
Stanton, just from the month of May to the end of September, Mr. Kennedy has traveled more than 10 countries. I remember when Mr. Kennedy was working with...
Does he work for the government? What are you going after him?
No, I just want to say something.
Well, how you going to
let the gentleman finish.
When the man was working for Enfield, I wanted him to tell me his transcript, how many trips he made, let alone an entire republic going to solicit for what we don't have as a nation. Now, I just want to say this, and not a matter of wow. The benefit of Madam Sirleaf, so many trips was what the succeeding government enjoyed, and they're still enjoying today. Those trips are necessary. And the just ended conference was an open invitation. I applied to go to attend, and I was approved. This man, Wilfred Russell, is another man. It was open to everybody. Well, let make progress. You can count on me later on. You know, when you're not in the driver's seat, it's very easy for you to just flap, talk. But running a country is not like running our private homes. It's very, very difficult. And I'm not making excuses for anybody. But let me go to the issue of policing. I think we should introduce police reform in Liberia. Because back in 2008, 2009, coming up to 2010, when the gentleman, Mark Hamblad, was serving as police chief, they brought him to be Ellen Police. Fast forward to George Weah, they branded Sudu as CDC police, by extension, Georgia police. Now we're in President Bwakai's administration. They're branding the police as partisan police, by extension, UP police. I will not support those kinds of arguments. I just know that the crux of the matter is not who's serving, but rather everything in Liberia now has become politicized. So one reform I'll be hoping to look is that we should elect our police IGs. Let's elect them. Let the public go and cast the ballot so that they have greater autonomy over them, as opposed to a president appointing them. Because any president that appoints an individual, even if they are professional, they will align you with that particular government.
So like sheriffs, like how sheriffs are elected here.
Exactly, Russell. Because this is becoming too annoying. People are not allowed to look. Liberia is one of the most lawless nations in the world. I will sit here and say that, where people can just walk across the road and eat themselves, where someone will look at a police officer and grab them by. I mean, that is the highest level of indiscipline in any society. Anybody who served there, you bring Christ to serve the police, they will brand him with the authority of the day, and by extension, they will disrespect him. So, let us introduce police. Police should not be chasing after people. Yeah, police do it, but they're in a cruise car. You run from police, they will chase you down until they get you. It's just the way how policing is done. Exigency will make somebody become a hot pursuit. I don't care how you look at it. So if we have a country where people don't want them people. I'm not supporting the police that they should be, laying down on hood and so on of vehicles. It's risky for themselves. So introduce police reform where let the people be aware that when you stop by the police, it's not a matter of you defending yourself there. Police must have social control over an issue when they pull you over. That social command is what gives them the authority, by extension, the state. But if somebody is telling you, crowd control is another one in Liberia. It's a menace. The moment something happens, everybody comes around. You can't do that here. You know that. You can't do that anywhere else in the world where you want to enforce the rule. Other people are there. Some people are obstructing the very investigation. Even if you put a barrier there, do not enter, people call it down, because it's not part of our culture. The culture in Liberia is so endemic to the point where we have to be able to straighten some of these smaller issues up so that Liberia can become a peaceful place. But otherwise, the policemen, they will say, oh, you earning police, or you Jowier police, or you this police. And whereby people are clocked with the responsibility of enforcing the law. How are they going to do that? Because you're appointed by one. So let them elect some of those police officers, especially the commanders. Let them elect them so that we know that the citizen was who empowered them and not the president. When you do that, by extension, people will begin to say, well, you can't blame the authority, will blame you for electing this particular IG. So when the time comes, remove it. But I feel for police officers, it's a terrible time to be a law enforcement officer in Liberia, because the society has become so lawless to the point where nobody sees anybody who is trying to enforce the law that we make as a group of people, but they see as the enemy, you understand, of their political progress. It's all about politics now, Stanton. Thank you.
Stanton, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Let the other person speak, Stanton. You can speak later on. Give other person. It's not interactive. Let the other person speak. No, Stanton, let the other man speak.
Listen to me.
We gotta go.
Colonel Gray, listen to me,
please.
Go,
Stanton.
Colonel Gray, you had enough time?
Stanton, if I want to talk more, I will talk more.
No, I see you had enough time. You grew up the time, right?
I don't talk plenty, my brother.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me bring in Winfred Russell from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. I just want to bring you in with that police escort.
But I think my brother Paul has something to say. So
You have the time. You can share your time with Paul. No problem.
That was you, man. 10 seconds. Apparently, he had a question or something to say. Paul, I yield 30 seconds to you.
Thank you, Winfrey. I mean, I didn't mean to take your time, but when people spew misinformation on this network, it's only good to correct them. I worked with Enfield for 3 years, and out of the 3 years, I traveled out of the country 6 times. And out of the 6 times, all 6 of my trips were paid for by Africa CDC, by GRZ, and of the 6 trips, only 1 were paid for by the Liberian government. You know why we came? We came here to the Department of Defense to actually to negotiate that the headquarters that has been built for Enfield, that the U.S. government stopped building, that building be continued. When we came back, in no time, the Defense Threat Reduction Agency Executive Director visited Liberia and he recommenced the project. Of the first trip, I represented Liberia onto the development of a framework for Africa CDC to have public health institute around Africa is being developed. It is my brain power that took me there. I don't pay for my own trip. My trips are being paid for by organizations that I'm working with. And Liberia paid only for 1 of the 6 trips I took. So let's get that information. And you are right, Conor Gray. I've traveled 10 times just this year, but that's my personal money. I work for myself. So as a consultant, I travel around the world to work and bring money to my family. So don't bring that into government. Government needs to readjust what they're doing so that our money can stop traveling. All the time the president
must travel. That's
stop interrupting, man. Stop interrupting me.
The president has
interrupting the man. Stop interrupting the man.
The president is putting us into debt.
They travel on behalf of the country. Let the president travel.
Conor Gray, you wasn't given the time. The time was given to Paul Kennedy.
Mr. Russell, thank you for awarding me the time. I just wanted to correct my big brother there or my small brother Gray, whoever you think he is. You don't need to just throw things around. You got to be very analytic on it.
Conor Gray is defending, and I will say this, my brother begging you, just 2 seconds. Conor Gray is defending his university friend that stole the LRA money. He ate it, and when he was jammed, the second payback, he ran to pay back after 6 months. Conor Gray said yesterday he cannot speak to this because this is his University of Liberia body. They went through the university together. He protecting his friend, so therefore he cannot speak about the corruption and the allegation of massive corruption on a double jala. And these are the people that come because of friendship. They destroy the country and they cannot speak truth to power. And I'm surprised at Conor Gray, my dear friend and brother. And he's not speaking to it, but he want to compare that the president came out of trip and therefore you took 10 trips of your own money. But over $400,000 this government used just on this last trip. Name the rest of the trip. And why is the return investment? To come and do man, woman business in the hotel in here. Winfrey, talk to us, man.
I mean, you wasted it.
I better leave this show, so let me start.
Well, those are years out.
Yeah, thank you. So a lot of things have been said, and I will just focus my closing comments on the conversation du jour about the police. I mean, a lot of great things, a lot of great suggestions. I'm sure the police are listening, and so they would take a lot of what have been said already and try to practicalize some of those things. For context and a clear disclaimer, I do not work for the Liberian National Police. My affinity for law enforcement did all of
But you said you did. You said you were working for the Liberian National Police. That's what you said from the beginning of the show.
I've never said that. No, I've never said that. Well,
I meant to ask you what kind of job you were doing for them. You said it on the show. We caught a clip.
I'm a public health practitioner. I work for the government here in the state of Minnesota. My brother Paul was on the phone today with me when I was going to conduct a food access.
Paul looking for consultancy, my man. Come back to our conversation here. The man I consultant expert.
Look at him. So, but in any case, so as I was saying, for disclaimer, so my affinity for law enforcement, it dates back to my advocacy days and my days on the Brooklyn Park City Council, because as you all know, in America, certainly in Brooklyn Park, the city council manages the police. The police, the fire, they all report to the mayor and the city council. And I used to serve on the city council. The current police chief in Brooklyn Park, I interviewed him and hired him. So I have a lot of, and when you're running for elections here, law enforcement, crime, and all of those things are a big part of your platform or what you run on. So that's my affinity for law enforcement and my little knowledge about the importance of law enforcement when it comes to government, when it comes to livability, quality of life, and all of those sort of issues. And I've been working with the Liberian National Police, supporting them from the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration. When Mark Amblad was police director, before he became police director, we were together, studied together at the University of Minnesota, and he interned at Brooklyn Park Police Department. So the current police chief was assigned to Mark Amblad, or Mark Amblad was assigned to the current police chief. So enough of the context. So, but with respect to the conversation we have been having here today on the show, I do agree that, and I will forcefully say that police brutality is wrong, and it needs to be investigated whenever it occurs. There is no equivalency here. When January 6th happened in this country, we didn't say, oh, just, the police were attacking the folks, or the people were attacking the law enforcement folks there. So therefore, the police need to start attacking them. I mean, it doesn't. The societies don't work that way. It's not an American thing. It's just a commonsensical thing that it doesn't work that way. So, but when the police do something wrong, the police need to be accountable. Whether it's in King Jaw or whatever the situation is, they need to be investigated. So even if there is an accident, it may be the case that happened with Officer Mark Griswold. It still needs to be investigated. Now, what I saw and what I've been told now, if he was paraded, if the suspect was paraded, and I think everybody has said it, it's pretty clear that is wrong. But my understanding is that was not the case. Now, the police did not ask the people to chant and do all of this stuff that they were doing. But I also do agree that the police, moving forward, need to find a better way of transporting suspects so that they will not ridicule, they will not put in any sort of danger. I mean, that's just clear, and that's something that I hope that the police need to take from all of this. There needs to be, and we are working with the Liberian National Police to increase the public awareness, public engagement, education, okay, with the police. I think someone here earlier talked about police ride-along. We have ride-along here so people can understand the inner workings of the police, how the police go about its work. I think that is critically important, and all that falls in line with the overarching premise of community policing. So I hope that the police can do more of that, or start to do that. We have that here for fire. We have that here for police. I think it will help a lot in trying to alleviate the antagonism that seem to exist between the public and the police. I do agree with Senator with Conor Gray
that I think we may need to look into electing our police commanders, our police directors, you know, like they do here in America, in certain parts of America. They are elected. Or we also need to elect judges and mayors of cities and all of that. So there are a lot of things that need to be done. So I do agree with that part. But one thing that is critically important that many folks talked about tonight is that we need to protect and respect the police, especially, emphasis here on especially lawmakers. The lawmakers in Liberia are the most lawless lawmakers I've seen anywhere in the world. They run around with flashing lights. They run around with unregistered cars. They do whatever they want to do, and then they're yelling, "You know who I am." And so what do you expect from the common people? So we need to change that. And I've spoken to some lawmakers about this and to see if they can, you know, work a bill through the legislature to address that. But more importantly, the government, the president, need to call, you know, make a statement about this, because it's getting out of hand with what what we see with lawmakers disrespecting the law, disrespecting law enforcers. It needs to stop, you know. So that's part of where we need to start and set example for the public. I also agree with Dr. Bropley. You know, one of the things we see, we've sent a lot of cars, a lot of vehicles, you know, police cars to Liberia, to the Liberian National Police, and you see them in escorting these corrupt, lawless lawmakers. You know, there's just too many police, you know, doing escorts when they should be in the community interacting with people. Fabulous, you know, example and recommendation, Dr. Bropley. I mean, that's something that you see happening now that needs to stop. All these lawmakers with escorts all over the place, and they were police officers. They need to be out there in the community, establishing a good relationship with folks in the community, so people can understand the police and police can understand them, and so they all work together. Okay, so I do not know Gregory Coleman's political affiliation. I have no idea of which party he belongs to. But I can tell you emphatically.
Yo, stop, man. Stop, Winfred. Winfred, stop, man. Winfred, stop. No. I'm allowed to interrupt you as a moderator.
I'm saying I do not know. And if you do know, then that's on you. What I'm saying is, no, stop interrupting me. I do not know Gregory Coleman's political affiliation, but what I do know, but what I can say emphatically is that the Liberian National Police is not a partisan police. It is not a partisan police. So we need to stop that. So whether individual members, whatever the political affiliation may be, okay, I don't know. But as an entity, the Liberian National Police is not a unity party police. It's a police, it's a police force, it's a police entity, it's a law enforcement entity for the people of Liberia. Now, there are some bad apples.
It should be. It should be. We agree. It should be. But Gregory Coleman is a UPACE. And that's not the problem. That's not our problem. Our problem is he shouldn't work as a UPACE. He should work as a commander for the Liberia National Police. So I care less if he belongs to any political party, but he should take out the partisan hat and put on an independent Liberian hat to serve the country well. That's the argument.
Right, Esther, you obviously know more than I do. But what I do know, I don't know anything about his personal affiliations and what he affiliated with. But I have worked with the rank and file police officers at the police training academy and around. I don't know them to be partisan police officers. That's all I'm saying. There was some fine police. There was police officers from the DMV in the U.S., from Atlanta, from Minnesota, that are there working with the rank and file police officer in trying to address the lawlessness in the country. They were not partisan, you know. They were regular folks.
We're talking about partner helping, how you call
No,
them?
no, I'm talking Liberians. I'm not talking foreigners. I'm talking Liberians, Stanton. I'm talking Liberians.
Phil,
I'm talking Liberians.
Phil,
I'm just telling you what I know. But in any case,
Phil.
Yes, sir.
The Brooklyn Park Police, for example, just provided we have a continual load of supplies, that will be going to the Liberian National Police to help to enhance the capabilities, the training, all of that. We have lights, police.
Listen, we appreciate everything you're doing. You've been doing this since Charlie King time. You're a great man in helping Liberia. We do appreciate you. Let's put all joke aside. I'm not going to hold you here and beat you and say you're a partisan man. No, I see you as an independent, mostly leaning towards Alexander Cummings. So I'm not going to put this on you. To be frank, don't be that kind of great our leaning Alexander Cummings. Then when we pull him Yobo, he switched to support Joseph Boakai. But I see that you are not.
I'm leaning towards the people of Liberia, Stanton.
But that's right. That's right. And I respect you for that. No, you can support anybody. I supported Joseph Yima Boakai because I saw something in him. I saw something in him at the time. And I felt like it was necessary to support it. Am I saying that same thing in him today? Hell no. I'm not saying that in him. Hell no. What I saw in Joseph Boakai 2023 election, prior to that election, Joseph Boakai flipped 10.0. So he's not carrying the same weight. So that he can come back and be the Joseph Boakai we supported, you know very well that we will continue, putting everything on the President Boakai. Because President Boakai has flip flat, and he continued to flip flat. And that's bad for our country, A president that will sit down there and say, I do not recognize Fonati as speaker for X, Y, and Z, though the court ruled in Fonati's favor. That was surprising. A president that will sit down there and say he will remove people from tenure position and find reason to remove them and came to DC and said that people say we remove them legally. That is concerning. A president that will come to power and agree to buy a bulletproof vehicle for Kennedy and then tell the Liberian people that he would drive wheelbarrow to work. That is concerning. That's not been truthful. A president that would take private jet after we condemn George Manuel for taking private jet. That is concerning. We can go down the line. A president that promised Liberian on day one, he will go after the Asala Mita, the B Mountain, the Western Cluster, and all of them, and give Liberia that which belonged to Liberia. But then he was given a plane from B Mountain to fly into Foya. That is concerning. So you don't want us to talk because you're thinking that we so love this Joseph Yima Boakai. Yes, we do. But let him do the right thing. A president that will sit down, honor his government for almost a year plus, university will not be open, and students cannot go to the highest education learning place of the country. That is concerning. A president honor his watch. The Capitol building got burned because something that he should have solved, and he didn't solve it as an edited statement. That is concerning. So you bring your, let's go down the line. We'll tell the Liberian people what we found President Boakai and how we disagree with what he's doing today. I mean, this is simple. Joseph Boakai get but one term. And after this term, if he chooses to go, the Liberian people will judge him on his record. And the record will be Joseph Boakai record. It will not be Joseph Boakai and George Manawia. Because the Liberian people took George Manawia from there. Can they trust him when this president is bidding on $10 million mansion in Foya? And up to today, the government cannot even explain logically who owns that building. They have given it to Mano River Union. They gave it to Joseph Boakai. They gave it to the Liberian people. Who the hell owned that place? But they were able to put $10 million in a company hands. A family member that have the contract. Under Joseph Yima Boakai, the government was about to go down with $84 million on yellow machine. And the president was willing to take that ride. But few good men and women stood up. Don't you think we know? Let's face this, man. The president has to do better. And that's why we supported him. But on this note, I said thank to you very much, Dr. Bupler. Thank you. Thank you, Akaris Gray. Thank you, Winfred Russell. Thank you, Colonel L. Remy Gray. Thank you, Paul Kennedy. We're going to stay here, but we'll come back again. May God save our state. And we remind the Liberian people to get this thing right for the sake of Liberia. Have a good, yes, sir. Yekesi, can you come on? Dr. Bople, you want to say something, sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah, real quick as we go. So in the interest of solving problems, we all know that the rule of law is critical to stable democracy, and stable democracy is necessary for private sector expansion. And private sector expansion is the prerequisite for job creation. So, to help solve the lawlessness problem and the constant situation we see with police and the public, the time has come for us to arm our police officers. The time has come. Next door, they're armed. Sierra Leone, Ghana, they're armed. There will be most and motorbikes. The police are cluster. Yes. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Dr. Black. Good night very much. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man. Good night, my brother Conan Gray, my brother Representative Gray. Good night to all of you. Are you talking to me, Conan Gray? We're not hearing you. Are you talking to me? Conan Gray? Conan Gray, can we hear you now?
No, man, you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. No, we wasn't hearing you. Ask the guys. We wasn't
you can
hearing
hear me as much as you.
No, you guys hearing him?
Going to the election, I supported President Barker. If he's in the race tomorrow, I will still support him. I have no regret.
No, but we blame you for that, but we got to go home now. Come back and say tomorrow.
So have a good night.
Have a good night, my brother. Have a good night, Conan Gray.
It's better than all the rest who are in the race.
Thank you very much, Conan Everett Gray. Winfrey Russell, thank you very much. Winfrey, I sent you something. Can you check your text message? We are investigating what I sent you. I mean, I just sent it to you. Just take a look at it, and if you just want to give me yay or nay, maybe you want to investigate it. It's very important in this case. I want to.
I'll investigate and get back to you.
Yeah, call me. Let's talk about it. I want to say thank you, Colonel Edward Gray. Thank you, Winfrey Russell. Akaris Gray, thank you very much. And Akaris, have a good night. The producer for tonight is Yekezi Zobe. Yekezi, we want to say thank you very much for hanging on. We do appreciate you. Till we meet again tomorrow, folks. We are marching towards 2029 with power and strength, and the case will be made, and the Liberian people will decide. Have a good night, Yekezi. Thank you.
Okay. So, folks, that's it. That's all the time we have to be here on this edition of the show. You can join us later on today at 8 p.m. for another edition of the show. My name is Yekezi. Zuowe Beri, a pleasant goodbye. Bye-bye.
Yes, God, it's the show. From the CEO, stand coming with the spoon.